everyone. I hope you're all doing well. We're going to get started with Cyberfest 2 in just a moment, but we wanted to take some time at the start of the stream to talk about what we've been seeing in the news and on social media with regards to the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and so many others, and the police violence against protesters in the wake of those killings. We did this last night as well, so for those of you who were here for the last session, this is going to probably sound a bit the same, but it bears repeating, and we feel that we have this platform and it would be irresponsible not to use it to talk about what we're seeing. We just want to say that our love and solidarity and support are with the victims and the families torn apart by police violence. It's truly disgusting what we're seeing. I was looking at a Twitter thread the other day which had over 300 examples of just brutal harassment of peaceful protesters and innocent bystanders and journalists. It's something that we just have to condemn. We also want to say that our love and support and solidarity is also with those protesters who are trying to work for an equal society and an end to the unjust systems that are allowing such violence to occur. You know, it shouldn't take moments like this for us to have these kind of conversations, but you know, here we are. As Beer52, we want all our communities to be open, especially the beer community, because we love you guys and we love the world of beer. We feel like everyone can benefit from, you know, a good craft beer every once in a while. It's why we do projects like going out to South Africa, going to North and South Korea, and most recently working with the People Like Us Brewery. Could we have done more to represent voices that aren't like our own? Absolutely. We recognize that. We could have done it better in the past. We can do better now. And we're going to put in the work to be better moving forward in terms of highlighting the voices of the BAME community, the LGBTQ plus communities, neuroatypical people, and other marginalized sections of our society. With that in mind, there are some links down in the description. There are links to legal funds for protesters, Black Lives Matter, the campaign against arms trading, and there's also a link to resources that you can follow if you don't have the funds to donate, you know, for signing petitions and doing stuff like that, which doesn't require like a monetary gift. What we're seeing over in America is just awful, but it's not just an American problem. It's a global problem. You know, we're filming in Edinburgh. We are streets away from statues and streets dedicated to slave owners in name. And, you know, it's not a problem that the UK and Scotland have left in their past. It is current, it is global, and the only way we can fix it is to recognize that it is a problem, educate ourselves, take a stand, and take action to try and fix that. With that in mind, we are doing the Cyberfest 2 t-shirt. Again, link down in the description. Half the proceeds of that are going to Black Lives Matter. Please do consider buying one. So far we've raised about £1,600 for the charities there. And we really want to just keep that going so that we can provide more help where we can. We also recognize that, you know, we are coming out of, well, we're still a part of COVID-19 and the lockdown. That's not gone anywhere. And with that in mind, we are sending the other half of the proceeds from the t-shirt sales to the NHS Charities Together. We feel that the NHS isn't a charity. It shouldn't need this kind of help, but it does need our help. And we want to do, again, what we can to help them out and the vital work they're doing for everybody. So again, links down in the description if you want to buy a t-shirt and help those two charities. We also have the Just Giving link, which has a link to a bunch of different initiatives like food banks and NHS charities that you can check out and potentially support. If you have the funds, please do consider donating. If you don't have the funds, that's okay. Maybe, you know, go out there and sign some petitions or speak to your MP. In all of this, we just want everyone to stay safe and stay healthy as possible. We love you all. We're going to just take a deep breath just now, and then we're going to continue with the festival. We love you guys, and yeah. heavy stuff, but we're here for a good time. We're going to have a great Cyberfest 2 Session 2. Are you guys ready? Rich, I believe you're on the other line. Are you ready?
I'm so ready, Doug.
Fantastic.
I was born ready, but I'm even more ready now than I was when I was born.
Excellent. Well, everybody, with that in mind, my name's Doug.
And I'm Rich.
And welcome to Cyberfest 2.
Woo!
Session 2, the Saturday session.
Welcome to everyone who's back for a second night, you mad people. And equally welcome to everyone who's just joined us. Maybe for some of you, this is your first Cyberfest, in which case you are in for a treat. We've got some fantastic breweries, we've got some comedians, we've got musicians, we've got it's a fun-packed schedule for you tonight. Before we dive straight in, there's a few bits of housekeeping. First thing to mention is all of this is it's live, obviously, but it's being recorded now, so you can dip back in over the next day, week, month to go back to the tasting notes. If you don't want to drink all of your beers tonight, we wouldn't recommend it. Some of them are really strong, and you'll end up on the floor. So what you can do is save some beers for another time, jump back into the stream in a couple of days and just enjoy them at your leisure. Item 2, we are going to watch our language, Doug and I. We can't promise that the comedians will do the same because they are just notorious degenerates as a species. So if there are any kids running around, now might be a good time to put the headphones on them, get some Peppa Pig on, good wholesome fun, because we can't guarantee this is all going to be good wholesome fun. The third thing is, follow us on social media, comment on the YouTube, YouTube?
YouTube, it's good.
I've not even started drinking yet. Comment on YouTube. You can find us on Twitter with the hashtag Cyberfest2. And should we go for the first video, Doug?
Yeah, I think we should.
So everyone who was here last night will already have seen this. So sorry if we're repeating ourselves, but we got Johnny Garrett of the Craft Beer channel. Johnny Garrett, who's also a Ferment regular writer. Very pleased to say. He's done a short video for us explaining the sort of correct way to taste a beer to get the most out of it. So we're gonna hear from Johnny, just get us set up for the evening, and then our first beer of the night, which if you fancy drinking along with Johnny's explanation, is the NorthBridge, which is it's from Thornbridge and NorthBrew, and it's an absolutely fantastic beer. So feel free to crack that one open while you're listening to Johnny.
Hey Beer Geeks, welcome to Cyberfest. It's an absolute honour to be the opening act and to teach you how to drink, because I'm sure you had no idea how to do that before. My name is Johnny, I'm the co-founder of the Craft Beer channel, which is a YouTube channel dedicated to amazing beer. And up until a couple of months ago, we used to travel the world finding the best breweries, the best beers, the best pubs. We used to brew collaborations, cook up delicious stuff with beer, but now I mostly just sit in my pants making videos like this. Although, jeans today, rolling out the red carpet for Beer52. And Beer52 has asked me to give you a quick crash course in tasting beer to get the absolute best from it, which will be really helpful over the next couple of hours as you slowly tire out your palate with amazing stuff and listen to great interviews. So without further ado, I'm going to give you the Cicerone approved way of tasting beer. And it starts with a cold, wet, clean glass, and then we move on to the delicious cold beer. So for this demonstration, I'm going to be using this absolute stone cold stunner from Attic. It's called Forward. It's a New England IPA with Idaho 7, Mosaic, Citra and El Dorado, and also an unusual yeast, which is why I picked it, called Bruxellensis Trois. We used to think it was a Brett yeast, which is a funky Belgian yeast. Turns out it's just a normal Saccharomyces strain, but it's got some lovely funkiness that we're going to pick out through doing these techniques. So it starts with a good pour. If you've got a bottle conditioned beer, just be a little bit careful and don't get too much of the sediment in. But otherwise, just pour it into your glass. You want it about an inch so you've got plenty of headroom in whatever glass you're using to get the aroma. And we're going to start by just giving it a swirl. Now, giving it a swirl, what that does is release all the aromatic compounds out of solution and into your glass. And that means it's going to be popping when we come to smell it. So we're going to start with a slightly unusual thing, which is called the pass, where we just pass it along here. If you've got a beard, watch out, and sniff as we go. Now, on delicate beers, you're not going to get much, and that's absolutely fine. However, with a big, bold beer like this, I just got, yeah, all out mango on that pass, even though it's a good 6, 7, 8 inches away from my nose. And the idea is you're just going to pick up, you know, the core of this beer, the core personality, the thing it really wants to scream at you. And apparently that's mango. So once we've done that and we've worked out what kind of beer we're going to be dealing with, we're going to go for what's called the bloodhound technique. So we swirl again, and we take it up to our nose and we give it 3 short, sharp sniffs, exhaling each time. Now, the reason we do that is if you've ever watched, say, a dog on the trail of a scent, he's not just going like he's doing a line of coke. He's actually exhaling in between each inhale. And that's because noses are actually better at detecting change in aroma than it is just straight up aroma. So by recirculating that air, you're giving your brain a chance to kind of process that multiple times. So from this beer, there's that mango, but there's also some lovely pineapple notes, a little bit sharper. Some kind of mushy stone fruit as well. It's a really, really fruity beer. Absolutely delicious. Now, if you think you can smell something, but you're not quite sure what it is, maybe what's called the heady sniff will help you. So you're going to send all of these aromas right to the back of your head with one giant sniff. So give it a swirl, give it a sniff. Yeah, I mean, it's all pineapple at that point. I think that's the yeast, the funky stuff from the yeast, that sharp, kind of almost fermented fruit kind of aroma. If you're still not getting exactly what you're smelling, if you're still going to go, that smells like something, but I don't know what. Another option is the covered sniff. So it's just like the heady sniff, but before you do it, put your hand on the top, give it a swirl, and then just before it comes to your nose, take your hand away so you're not smelling your hand, and you'll have trapped loads of aroma in there. Yeah, so to that I've added almost a kind of lemon or peachy yogurt kind of vibe, and also definitely some soft, wheaty kind of grain notes that were too delicate to get on any other sniffs. So it's a really handy one, the covered sniff. At this point, you're actually going to be allowed to drink the beer. Now, I know you've all been drinking for a long time. I know you all think you can drink, but I'm here to tell you you're wrong. Because the thing that lots of people don't do when they're tasting beer or when they're just drinking in general is breathing out immediately after sipping. And that means that you're missing out on what's commonly known as the retronasal appreciation. Now, this is the fact that, you know, most of what you actually taste is aroma. Your tongue's really good for bitterness, sweetness, umami, saltiness, but those actual notes you're picking out, the mango, the pineapple, the peachy yogurt kind of thing, that's not coming from your tongue, that's coming from your nose. You need to give your nose the opportunity to pick up on those notes, and you do that by breathing out after you swallow. So we'll give it a swirl, breathe in as you drink and breathe out afterwards. I hope you're keeping up at home. Yeah, so when you breathe out, you get this floral, this bouquet of pineapple, of mango, of soft grainy notes, and yeah, the slightly yogurty kind of vibe. Lots more grain as well. But all of that is coming from my nose. So it's why when you have a cold, you can't really taste much. All we can get is the bitterness, the sweetness, all that kind of stuff. So that was a quick crash course in craft beer, tasting from the Craft Beer channel. Whew, I won't be able to say that at the end of Cyberfest. And I hope that's going to be really helpful for you guys over the next couple of hours as you're taken through all these beers and all these interviews with these amazing people. I'll be sat here watching, and once you're done with Cyberfest, if you fancy it, head over to the Craft Beer channel on YouTube, where we've got loads of amazing videos that teach you stuff like that, teach you all about malt, all about hops, or indeed interview the most amazing people like the brewers behind Heady Topper and Pliny. We've been to Cloudwater, we were there for the first New England IPA being brewed. All this kind of cool stuff is over on our channel, as well as nerdy stuff like learning how to, well, how to drink. Cheers.
That's fantastic stuff from Johnny there, and yeah, it's something that we don't normally think about when we're drinking a beer. Yeah. But I have to say, I'm a big fan of like the covering the glass to preserve all those aromas and then doing the big sniff kind of thing. just seems like a professional move. Speaking of which, Rich,
yes,
you have a fair bit of experience when it comes to doing the old judging of beer. Is that right?
I've done a few. Yeah.
You're a bit of an old hat at, like, drinking beer and doing that kind of stuff. I mean, what's it like? Because I haven't been asked to judge beer. I feel like I'd do a terrible job.
It's kind of a weird experience, really, because it's a world's smallest violin, but it is quite tricky because you can't. It's just one of those situations where you can't just say, well, this is the kind of beer that I like, so I'm going to give it full marks, and everything else can get in the bin. There are the BJCP, which is sort of the body that sets the criteria and sets the style parameters. Basically, it's very specific about how each style should taste, smell, look, and you kind of depending on the competition, you have to sort of try and judge it according to those criteria. So it's a weirdly clinical exercise sometimes, but at the same time, you're often with a bunch of people who you really get on with and know quite well, and you're also probably getting smashed. So there is this kind of weird duality
as the
to
night
it.
goes on. So it's like the drunker you get, the nicer the beers get. Is that?
Well, yeah, I mean, there is that, and you kind of like especially at homebrew competitions where they go on for ages, and you're just tasting beer after beer. Your palate does get fatigued as well. You kind of have to. So you have to kind of come up with strategies to keep yourself not just sober, but like being able to taste and smell accurately.
Well, there's words of wisdom to live by, especially as we're going to be going over 12 beers or varying percentages tonight. Remember, don't drink them all at once. But if you do want to take a crack at judging the beers for yourself, we are on Untapped, so you will be able to get access to that by simply going to the Untapped website or the app and searching Cyberfest, 2 words, then logging your beers at that venue, and then you get like a little badge as well. Like it's kind of like the beer equivalent of Pokemon, where you get like the gotta catch 'em all kind of festival badges. So yeah, if you're interested in that, if you're on Untapped, please do rate the beers, let everybody know what you think, and make your friends jealous with the shiny new Cyberfest 2 badge that you'll get. We do have the first official brewery video coming up. As Rich was saying, the first beer of the night is NorthBridge, collaboration between North and Thornbridge. And Rich, I'm right in saying that you've also visited Thornbridge as well.
Yeah, and North. That was a while ago though. Yeah, Thornbridge is just like if you're gonna go to a brewery and have a day out in beautiful countryside, Thornbridge is one of those places you need to go to. Definitely, it's a cool brewery. It's in a lovely area. It's right by the Peak District, and they've got this amazing stately home where the brewery used to be before it kind of moved down the road. But they're all sort of still involved. I think they do like weddings and events there and stuff as well. But they're a lovely bunch. Some absolutely great beers. They're really one of the sort of first wave inspirational UK craft breweries, and they're still really inventive. This beer is a great example. They came out with another absolute cracker a couple of years ago, Green Mountain, which was they took their time bringing out a hazy IPA, but it was so on point. And yeah, got a lot of respect for Thornbridge.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to go into their brewery video just now. So if you've not cracked it open yet, maybe give it a try just now. Remember everything that Johnny has told you about, tasting the beer and getting the fullness out of the beer and all the aromas as we go into the first video.
I kind of get the feeling I've already broken most of Johnny's rules just tanning this in the space of about 3 minutes.
Rich, I'm just going to say nobody's perfect. Let's go into the Thornbridge video for their collaboration with North Brewing.
Cheers.
Hi guys, I'm James from Thornbridge Brewery. Welcome to Cyberfest. For Cyberfest, we thought we'd show you a little bit around Thornbridge Hall, talk about some of the history of the brewery here as well, and then of course try one of our beers too. So here at Thornbridge Hall, we began in 2005. and we'll take a little bit of a walk down the way and have a look at our very first brewery. And so this is the inside of the whole brewery. In 2005, we began with this exact kit here. It was second hand at the time. We had a couple of brewers fresh out of studying at university, and we began with our first beer, Lord Marple's, and Jaipur coming not too lately after that one as well. And even now we're still brewing at full capacity here at the moment. Gives us a fantastic range of seasonal brews coming down from here. All sorts of beers from Kipling, St. Petersburg back in the day, up to now where we're trying out everything that we possibly can. After 4 years of brewing here at the Hall, we realised the demand just kept coming in for all of our beers from the UK and internationally, and we really needed to start expanding. So we opened a second site just on the outskirts of Bakewell called the Riverside Brewery. At the time, we still wanted to show, you know, we have our roots here at the Hall, this is how we started out. So all of our branding, you may recognise Flora from those. She adorned all of our bottle and keg labels, just so we still had that nice link back from there. As I'm sure, hopefully you're drinking our beers right now and you'll realise our branding is now updated again since then. But just to show you a little bit of Thornbridge history while we're here. From here, we're going to make our way down to Bakewell proper and to the Riverside Brewery. And so here we are at Riverside. I'll talk a little bit louder here as right behind me you can hear the fantastic noises of lots of beer being brewed and packaged at the moment as well. But this site here allows us to brew beer into cask, keg, can, bottle, and now we're getting our beer into actually over 40 countries worldwide right from here in Bakewell. And also, we made our fantastic NorthBridge collaboration, which we're about to try right now. And now it's time to talk about the beer. So this beer is called NorthBridge. It's a collaboration with our good friends over at North Brew Co. We've actually done a couple of collaboration beers with them before. They're great guys to work with. They have some fantastic bars up in Leeds as well. And always really a joy just to kind of kick some ideas around with and do some new beers. For this one, we brewed a 7.2% Mountain IPA. And we actually used a couple of exciting new hops in there as well. We got some HBC 353, some Brew 1. And then, of course, one of our favourite hops is the Citra, just packed in as well. It's a big hop bomb, a really exciting beer. Hopefully you're going to enjoy as well. And I keep talking about it, so now we're actually going to get into the drinking part. So as we start to pour the beer out here, you get a fantastic white head on there. It'll stay around for a long time, great carbonation. We'll give it a bit of a swirl round before we start to get the aromas from it too. And you're really going to get a lot of big stone fruits. The idea with us brewing this Mountain IPA was to be something between the kind of east and west coast of the big American IPA style. So of course still very hop forward. It's going to have loads of big character on the aroma to it. But it's going to have that little bitterness while still being cloudy. So it's bringing the two styles together in hopefully a fantastically exciting and drinkable way at the same time. So I'll tuck into this one here, and cheers to everyone at Cyberfest.
Fantastic. I hope you're all enjoying the beer at home. Now we're going to go into one of our favourite bits that we like to do throughout the evening, which is some shout-outs. Just as a heads up, for anybody who wants to get a shout-out during the session tonight, all you got to do is email cyberfest@beer52.com. That's cyberfest@beer52.com. If you've got a message for a friend or a loved one, we'd love to give them a shout-out. So with that in mind, we've got a shout-out from Elsa Bradley to Jolie and Will Mitchell, drinking from his 15th century Tudor tankard. Nice. Jolie has managed to keep her head. Oh, this is the best bit, Rich. Jolie has managed to keep her head despite being married to Hampton Court's in-house King Henry VIII. I mean, that's a wonderful, macabre description of Will there. So, Jolie, well done. Will,
I'm not even sure what that means. But
yeah, Will, maybe examine why they're saying that. I'm sure it's all in good fun. Mark wishes dad James Suckley a happy 50th. So happy 50th to Mark's dad. Hope you're having a great time, and thanks for joining us. We got a shout out from Brian Merrin to the Banterless boys in Northern Ireland and London. Fantastic. Callum Williamson wants to give a shout out to his friend who has defeated COVID 2 weeks ago. Well done. Cheers to the light hopping drinker, pint sinker, IPA tinker, Peter, the beer smasher Griffin. I feel like that needs like a full-on boxer's intro.
Yeah, that needs like walk-on music. That needs Eye of the Tiger.
In the red corner, a disease that's crippling the nation. In the blue corner, we've got the light hopping drinker, pint sinker, IPA tinker, Peter, the beer smasher Griffin. Yeah, that sounds better. So, well done, Peter. Well done. And that's a shout out from Callum there. Richard Dickey Smith, 50 today. Ian Archer is back for a second night after zooming and boozing.
Well done, Ian.
Fantastic. Well done, Ian. Glad you survived. Along to last night's show with friends. Fiona in Aberdeen loved the graphics last night. It reminds her of her Sega Mega Drive that she still has. Hold on, Fiona.
Some of those things are collectible. I'd get on eBay, check out what you've got.
We got a shout out from Greg and Rachel to their beer buddies Ben and Kelly. Ben opted for pants off. Ben opted for pants off during the Lervig tasting. For those of you who weren't there, Lervig's beer was called Pants Optional. So it makes sense. Keep them on tonight, mate, is what they're saying. And I think that's wise advice for all of us, especially me and Rich, who are in an office setting. And, we're going to have a bit of a struggle reading this one. What's the first name of that one, Fraser?
Do you want some hold music, Doug?
Yeah. Belinda? Belinda Best? Belinda Best? He's not listening. I'm going to go with Belinda. I'm sorry if that's not your name. Belinda Best, shout out to husband Cameron in Glasgow, 24 this week. Awesome. Happy birthday. Well done, everyone. And again, if you want a shout out, go to cyberfest@beer52.com and let us know. Rich,
yes.
What we got coming up next?
Next, Doug, I'm so glad you asked. For those of you who've been to Cyberfest before, you will of course know that the pub quiz is an unavoidable part of the experience. So next we have our first question. Now, for those of you who haven't done this before, for each question, one lucky winner will receive a box of Beer52 beer in the post, a full one, hopefully. First question, the answer will be coming up in just a minute. The first question, we want you to tell us, obviously, this is the definitive version of this song, but who sung the original?
Hello, Cyberfest humans. You look drunk. Take it easy on that beer. I'm too sexy for my love.
Too sexy for my love.
That's gonna leave me.
And I'm
Too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. So sexy that it hurts. And I'm too sexy for Milan. Too sexy for Milan. New York and Japan. And I'm too sexy for your party. Too sexy for your party. No way I'm disco dancing.
'cause I'm a model, you know what I mean. I do my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah. I shake my little touche on the catwalk. And I'm
Too sexy for my car. Too sexy for my car.
too sexy far.
And I'm too sexy for my hat. Too sexy for my hat.
What do you think about that?
'Cause I'm
a model, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I do my little turn on the catwalk.
Yeah.
On the catwalk. Oh, catwalk.
Yeah.
I shake my little touche on the catwalk.
Hi, we're Dave and Dave as well from Fierce Beer. We're going to talk to you tonight about the beer we made for Beer52 for tonight's Cyberfest. So hope you're all having a good time, hope you're all enjoying it, and hope you've all got the beer ready to rock and roll so you can do some tasting at the same time. So First thing we'll do is open the beer and Dave will have a chat about it, how it was made, what it's all about, and there you go. Go for it.
Okay, so for the beer that we did, the guys from New Zealand, we've decided to do a single hop hazy IPA. Being New Zealand hops, we decided that obviously Nelson Sauvin would be the one we'd choose, probably the most famous from that region. So we did sort of a classic East Coast IPA style beer, lots of oats, used London Ale yeast in order to give it that sort of soft stone fruit character, some residual sweetness as well. And then it is single hop just with the Nelson hops. Quite a lot in the whirlpool, a lot of dry hopping as well, so you get the flavour and the aroma.
Nelson Sauvin, of course, amazing thing. Quite vinous in a way, sort of Sauvignon Blanc-y, but also lychee, tropical fruit. So if you grab it by the nose, you should get a little bit of lychee on there, a little bit of tropical fruit, but I should taste it. Very soft, very well balanced, and a little bit of vinous notes at the end, I sort of think.
And it's the low bitterness that gives it that sort of East Coast style and the residual sweetness. So it's an easy drinking beer, a lot easier than 6% makes you think it is, but it's very good. Maybe a bit of gooseberry in there as well. I think.
Bit of gooseberry, yeah, absolutely. So when it's a cracking thing, this, so it's a collaboration, but it's a bit more than that. It's more of a little bit of a venture between ourselves at Fierce and the New Zealand Beer Collective. Amazing bunch of people who generally bring things in all the way from New Zealand, and it's quite far away, I believe. So making things here with some of their hops over there, it's an easy way to get better access to them. So this is one of the first ones we did. Nelson Sauvin is a single hop here. What you're going to find if you look for the sort of slanty two-coloured cans, there's going to be a lot more New Zealand hops coming out. And it's almost like this is the undefeated champion. Nelson Sauvin is like the best rated hop from New Zealand, at least, if not everywhere. And there'll be a whole bunch of new challengers along to see what you think it is compared to this one. So anyway, this is the first one and that's it. So enjoy it. Real easy drinker, 6% Nelson Sauvin, and have a great time. Enjoy the Collab Fest. There you go.
Cheers.
Cheers. And goodbye.
Hi, we are Right Said Fred.
Yes, we are.
This is to Beer52, Cyberfest, and a big shout out to all the breweries who are having a bit of a hard time at the moment. The answer you're looking for, by the way, is us, Right Said Fred. So lots of love to all you guys. We hope you have a great Cyberfest. All the best, and hopefully this insanity will be gone soon.
All the best for the Cyberfest. It's a rhyme. Look,
All the best for the Cyberfest. Cheers from Right Said Fred. Bye.
Fantastic stuff. I hope you're all doing well in the quiz so far. There's going to be more questions throughout the night. Quick correction. It wasn't Belinda. The handwriting is kind of hard to read. You won't be able to see it, but the name is actually Ailey Best. Couldn't have been further away from what I said.
But
so
we've looked you up on Instagram, and
sorry,
you look like a Belinda. So
yeah,
sorry.
well, I'm going to do the shout out again. Ailey Best, shout out to husband Cameron in Glasgow, 24 this week. Thank you both. Apologies to you both. For those of you who were, following along with the video, obviously that was Fierce and the New Zealand Beer Company's collaboration brew. Don't worry if you didn't crack it open. We're going to spraff on for a little bit so you can crack on with the beer. But we have an exciting new thing that we're trying for this Cyberfest 2. Rich, do you want to talk us through that?
Yes, Cyber Alley. Cyber Alley is our online bar, which will be running throughout the evening and after we finish. If you want to hang around, have a few beers, have a chat. There's live video chat, there's text chat. It's pretty awesome. I was hanging out there after the show last night, so hello to everyone who was in the Lupulin room, Heidi and co. We had some great chat. It was very nice to meet you all, and hopefully I'll meet some more of you tomorrow. Doug, you were you in one of the bars as well?
Yeah, I was kind of in the background of a shop because we're all doing the social distancing thing. We're all kind of 2 meters apart, so I don't think anyone could hear me, but I was there definitely in spirit.
It's a lot of fun.
just to bear in mind, link in the description for how to get to Cyber Alley. And yeah, if you want to dual screen that, or you want to go after the stream's finished, we're going to be there probably like for a little bit after the stream is over to have a beer with everybody.
If you are using it while the stream's running though, just a bit of housekeeping, mute your microphone, because otherwise everyone's streams are coming in at the same time and it just becomes an awful cacophonous experience.
You get to hear our dulcet tones coming from about 50 different microphones.
Yeah.
But coming up, we do have another pub quiz question and another beer. Just a reminder, for the pub quiz, you need to email your answers to cyberfest@beer52.com.
Should have mentioned that the first time round, sorry.
Not to worry. There's plenty of chances to win a box of beer by answering the questions correctly. So coming up, we have a quiz question, and then we've got a video from Kirkstall. So if you're following along at home, then Kirkstall is the beer coming up just now. But first, we'll go to the pub quiz question.
Right, guys, yes. Listen up. Good. So here is my question for the Cyberfest Beer Club quiz. Here we go, guys. Right, so Autumn King, Carotene 200, Paris Market and Manchester Table are all types of what vegetable? Yes. Come on, guys. Yes. It's easy.
Good afternoon and welcome to the latest edition of Beer in the Garden. With me, Tim Bell. You may recognise me normally from the Tea Time weather slot, but our regular beer reviewer has been furlocked. I'm here today with Johnny Kelly from Kirkstall Brewery, who are based in Leeds. Johnny, what would you say in your own words is beer?
Beer is primarily a drink. Generally a beer. We'll cut this bit out.
Okay, very good. Now there's rumours that the legacy of the brewery came from the history of Cistercian monks at Kirkstall Abbey.
That's correct.
There's also a rumour that it's based on the Woolpack in Emmerdale, which is filmed just next to your brewery.
That's an unfounded rumour.
Okay. So today you've brought along a beer for us to try. It's called Providence. It says New England Pale. Is that a political reference?
It's not, unfortunately. No. As a public figure, I'm not allowed to make political statements.
Very good.
Let's try it.
Let's try it. Okay. I'm normally a fan of the. I think my favourite beer is the dark fruits. How would you recommend pouring this? Just pour it in like that.
Preferably in the glass.
That's not gone very well now, has it? It's going everywhere.
You've never worked in a bar, have you?
No, I haven't. No. So, talk us through this beer then.
It's a New England style beer. Became quite prevalent on the east coast of the States about 3-4 years ago. Generally, obviously, we think of beer as a clear beer, but now hazy beer with a lot of hop and yeast and suspension is very, very popular and packs a lot more flavour as well.
Okay. And would you say this goes well with any foods? Maybe a pizza or something?
What are you going to put on your pizza?
Just cheese and tomato for me.
Spicy pizza. Pepperoni
Spicy
pizza.
Pepperoni pizza.
Pickled jalapenos.
Okay. Should we try it then?
Why not?
I had a little sip there because I was overflowing, but that's not my cup of tea now. But it's nice, I suppose.
There's a lot of hops, a lot of American hops. Citra, Mosaic, Galaxy, Amarillo, very floral and juicy at the same time.
Okay. I think that's probably all we need. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, and I hope you enjoyed this episode. And maybe give the beer a go if you're into that sort of thing. Bye now. Bye.
Autumn King, Carotene 200, Paris Market and Manchester Table are all types of what vegetable? And guys, the answer is they are all types of carrot. Yes, did you get that? All types of carrots. Wow.
Hello. Hope you enjoyed that. Right, we have a. That is absolutely shocking. Right, we have a winner for the first quiz question. The answer, of course, right said Fred. First cassette I ever bought in a car boot sale at Nicholas Breakspear School in whenever it was, 1992. Anyway, a little insight into my childhood there. We have some more shout-outs. Happy 30th birthday to Nick Brown from the Fawcett family. Happy 50th to James Suckley from his son Mark. Nathan Wood would like to wish Jake a happy birthday. All the birthdays. Dominic. Woo, more birthdays. Dominic would like to wish his dad Darren Walstow a happy 50th birthday. Shout out to the Working Man's Beer Review. Steve, Haley, Elliot, watching from their home bar. Watched last night. Hello guys, welcome back. Really happy with the opening statement about the NHS and Black Lives Matter. Thank you so much, that's lovely.
Thank you guys, yeah.
Colin Phillips asks for a shout out to himself. And why not? Why not? You're worth it. You, Colin Phillips, you specifically are the reason we're all doing this. Without you, Colin Phillips, we'd be nothing. Nothing. We'd be less than nothing. So you're worth it, man. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Shout out to David, Tommy, Paul, Gary, and all of the Albatrans team working tirelessly to transport all of these beers from all over Europe. I think we can all get behind that. Absolutely. Yeah. Well done, guys, and thank you.
Cheers.
Right. So the this is a big beer. This is a tall boy. Yeah. So I think this is all going to be here for days, this recording. So please, just a little reminder, you don't need to drink along with us. I'm literally having a sip out of each of these cans and then putting them down. You don't need to drink along. You can come back. We're not rushing you. But if you wanted to take a bit of time to enjoy the Kirkstall bit, which is absolutely sensational, you're in luck, because we are going to go over now to a brief word from our dirty corporate sponsors.
You there? Yes, you. Are you bored in lockdown? Do you have an ever-growing collection of beer bottles and cans because you're too lazy and/or terrified to go outside? Are you looking to stave off the inevitable descent into self-reflection that only isolation can bring? Well, don't panic. We have a solution. With just a few spare beer containers, you can do all of this and more. Flower arranging. Musical instruments. Indoor skittles. Sculpt a friend to isolate with. Wonder who drank the last IPA. Begin to question if your new friend has a mind of its own. And so much more. The world of beer doesn't end at the bottom of the glass. Why not get creative and see what you can do with your beers and the box they came in? The possibilities are at least 6. Ages 18 and up, please drink responsibly. Box Person is a work of your own imagination and cannot hurt you. Any similarity between Box Person and Frankenstein's monster is purely homage. Keep away from fire. Anthropomorphizing cardboard boxes is not a healthy substitute for human contact. If you are struggling with self-isolation, seek professional advice. We are not therapists, and our advice is dumb.
Fantastic. And, that's what happens when you give us creative license to do what we want. For those of you wondering at home what I was drinking earlier, I was drinking Kirkstall, and it was delicious. I hope you all agree, and I hope you've been enjoying that beer, those of you who've decided to drink along with that. We have some more shout-outs and a quiz winner to announce. So first of all, we're going to do some shout-outs. James sends love to Jenny and Terry, who loved the beers so much they drank them all before the fest. Jenny and Terry, my kind of people. Well done. We've got Sam Dalton, who wants to shout out to Chris Grieg. I'm going to say Grieg. Chris Grieg, who is hitting 2,500 beers on Untapped tonight. Fantastic work, Chris. Let's hope you get there, and I hope Untapped gives you something for that, like a badge or something. They really should. Shout out to Professor of Love. That needs like a bass note behind it. Like, shout out to Professor of Love. Can't wait to have a beer with you once Baby River is born. From Brian and Rebecca, who got pregnant after a beer festival in Glasgow. LOL. I mean, the beer community is a wonderful place to meet people.
We've all been there.
When lockdown's finished and we can start going to beer festivals again, who knows? Doug and Rich, great names for babies, just saying. From Nick Collins to the Fuzzy Ducks. That sounds like a code, but okay. And now we're going to go on to the quiz winner. So the question was Autumn King, I can't read that one. Lara Teb Zoo, Manchester Table, and Paris Market are all varieties of. The answer was carrots. Thank you very much to our fake Gordon Ramsay. Eerily similar to the real thing.
Terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying. And Gordon Ramsay's terrifying to begin with. But the winner for that question was Joseph Burns. So Joseph, well done. We'll be in contact with you to arrange to get you a box of beer. If you didn't win that one, don't worry. Plenty more opportunities. Remember to send your answers to cyberfest@beer52.com. And coming up, we do actually have another opportunity to win a box of beer, because we're going to have a pub quiz question, which is a say what you see round.
Say what you see.
Yeah, say what you see.
See it, say it.
Get a box of beer for it.
Easy.
It's a brewer's edition. So basically, we're going to give you some visual clues, and they all relate to a brewer's name. So you get the brewer's names correct, you might win the box of beer. And in between the questions and us giving you the answers, we're going to have a video from Bevog, I believe.
Which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Hey folks, it's Friday 29th of May, and I'm presenting our beer for the festival that will take place like a virtual festival. We say it's massable because it's massable. So I'm pouring, it's pretty fresh. It's only a bit more than 10 days. It's actually 10 days old beer. It was prepared for filling today, so next week we will fill this. And as you can see, it's pretty hazy. Alright. So this one is brewed with Mosaic, Citra and Strata. Strata is actually one of the rare modern hops that I'm completely in love. I mean, I love other stuff, but this one is really a keeper. It's amazing hop. It's a bit noisy here. So because it's a Friday, I have a meeting with my friend. He's waiting outside on the patio, so I can explain a bit about the beer. It's not that noisy there. So it's a fucking great hazy IPA. You can drink a little bit more than normally of a hazy beer. Oh, still alright. It's the first take, so. Extremely fruity and nice, very balanced with, yeah, special drinkability is really high on this beer. It's 6.5% alcohol beer. It's very aromatic, very juicy, but at the same time you can drink whole mass. So cheers, enjoy it, take care, stay healthy, and don't care about bad stuff in the life. The sun will shine. Cheers.
Fantastic stuff from Bevog. I hope you guys are doing well with the Say What You See round. You know, it's entirely for me, that round.
This was just
yeah.
He messaged me at the end of the day and it was like, look what I've made.
Yeah, I spent a good, afternoon making those up. Keen-eyed viewers will notice that the Tyne Bridge was in that first picture. I miss home so much.
This is at this point. This is just about Doug. The curtain has been drawn aside, and the wizard is just a man.
A Geordie man, a Geordie man. But yes, we have the answers for the Say What You See round, and the answers are virtual drum roll, Thornbridge, Amundsen. Get it? Almond.
We should explain that almond.
Yeah.
And then the river in Paris.
The river in Paris, the Seine, Amundsen. I was so proud of that one. That's my favorite one. And of course, for the chemists out there, salt. So Thornbridge, Amundsen, salt. So if you got those right, well done. We'll be picking a winner for that quiz question, and we'll be announcing that fairly soon. But Rich, we have something else coming up just now.
We were earlier on. We were able to grab Bevog for a. We wanted to do a live Q&A. The technology wasn't really working, so we just did a little pre-recorded Q&A. Interrupted the guy in the middle of his gardening and just sort of harassed him a little bit. So here's the video of me doing that.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I was just mowing the lawn before, and we had lunch before, and now I was actually making some experiments, some brewing stuff. So, a bit working around the house and a bit business. I mean, business. It's a great hobby, so whatever.
Brilliant. What are you brewing?
Yeah, I was just playing around with lactobacillus, something.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love you.
I don't know. It was just kind of idea in my head. Maybe it could work. So we got to test just on a really small scale.
Yeah.
1 liter, just to see what we get, what kind of flavor, aromas, and so on. So
that's cool.
Pretty much the idea what this lacto will bring to us.
No, great. Because I mean, you guys obviously best known for your big, bold, hoppy beers. You thinking about doing a few more sours then?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we brewed our first kettle sour 5 years ago. I don't really recall.
Yeah.
And it was really cool already from then. It's Lolita, so you had it last year, I think.
Yeah, totally.
So
that was a great one.
People really liked it, so we will now rebrew it this year as well, because we figure there are many followers. It's a great summer beer. It's a great refreshing beer.
Yeah.
So yeah. We just want to have it, even though nowadays almost everyone is making some sour with raspberries. So it's nothing new, but it's very good. So why not to have it? If it's a good beer, let's keep it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So is this one the one you're working on just now? Is that going to have any fruit in it, or are you just playing it completely straight?
it's just straight what this variety brings us.
Yeah, cool. No, great. Well, certainly everyone's really enjoying your beer tonight. I mean, it's such a cool style, but there aren't many breweries doing it as well as you guys. Really impressive. You must be very, very happy with how it's come out.
Sorry, cherries.
It's okay.
So, for hazy IPA, for quite some time, I didn't want to make it because I was not sure if I really like the style.
Yeah.
Many times, that's me. So every brewer can have their own vision, and every drinker can have a bit different idea. But many hazy or New England IPAs, and especially double and triple, it's so heavy. I can drink maybe one sip and I'm done. I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. So I was thinking what to do if we will do it. And then for 2 years, I said, I don't know if we need this. We stick with kind of a West Coast IPAs, maybe a bit modernized version for Who Cares line. But our main IPA, this Chroma, we didn't change anything, actually. It stayed the same. We just improved the process, so beer is more stable, fresher, and so on.
Yeah.
Over the time, but
it's basically the same.
As it is now, I think we will just keep it. It's a great IPA.
It really is.
For this hazy IPA, I needed a bit more time, or just this eureka thing. I think I know how to brew it and what I want. So to put a lot of hops to be like in a hazy and New England kind of vibe, but to be drinkable as well. You can drink it. It is not too heavy. There's a lot of hops, but no, it's not near some of gram per liter as some brewers are using.
Yeah.
But I still think it's very aromatic. It has a lot of flavor.
Yeah.
So I don't see any reason why to put more into the brew.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's not a smack in the face. It's no. It's
it's a really nice beer to drink. I mean, and that's kind of my vision, what I want to brew, always like to have this kind of balance and everything is still drinkable. So this is, I think, very important when you're making beer. It's easy to put more into the brew.
Yeah.
It just costs a bit more, but we are not measuring how much we will make. If that costs more or less, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It is just the end result. So to put more is sometimes just, I just don't need it.
It's not necessary. Absolutely.
Prefer it with less, it's like with cooking. I really love to cook. So if you put too much rosemary into dish, it's too much rosemary. That's it. Yeah.
That's very true.
So I see brewing in a similar way.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I will let you get back to your gardening and your brewing now. Love your Dinosaur Junior t-shirt, by the way. Respect.
Sorry?
I love your Dinosaur Junior t-shirt.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
All right. Have a good enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll speak soon. No doubt.
Bye bye. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Fantastic. Okay, so we have another quiz winner for you guys. This is for the Say What You See round, Thornbridge, Amundsen and Salt. The winners are Bob and Susan Dagley. Congratulations, Bob and Sue. Rob and Sue, that's very overly familiar of me. Rob and Susan Dagley. Some good news, t-shirts so far have now raised over £2,000 for Black Lives Matters and the NHS charities. It's a great design by our illustrator, J. Daniel Wright, with kind of encapsulates tonight's whole 8-bit computer game aesthetic. I don't know how many of you are even old enough to remember computer games from that period, but there you go. Next up, we have another quiz question for you. They just don't stop. And then we have a video from BRLO in Berlin. Doug, you're a big fan of Berlin, aren't you?
I am. I went there as part of a school history trip when I was a teen. So I didn't get to experience any of the nightlife that Berlin is famous for. But I just have an abiding memory of towers of Soviet cars that were like arranged near the site of one of the sections of the Berlin Wall. Yeah, it was a very interesting city to be in. It's full of very fascinating history, and yeah, very important history as well. But yeah, I didn't get to go there as an adult, so I don't know what the nightlife is like. I got to go there and fuel my weird communism phase when I was a teen, because everyone goes through one. I'm socialist now, way. But yeah, Rich, you've been there as an adult.
I have. I didn't go as a communist teen, though I was one. Wasn't fortunate enough to go to Berlin at that point, but I did go subsequently, and yeah, it's crazy. Some amazing nightclubs, and had one of the best holidays of my life there. So that was yeah, it was pretty wild. It was pretty wild, and also been fortunate enough to go over and visit BRLO, this next brewery, who they're super cool. Their brewery is great. It's one of these buildings, you've probably seen them around like London and other cities as well, where they just get a load of shipping containers and kind of weld them together. And they have a restaurant in there. It's right on the banks of the River Spree. There's a restaurant, there's a great bar, lovely people, really good beers. So should we have the next quiz question and hear some more about BRLO?
Yes, let's do it.
Sound good?
A message for Cyberfest. What is the only letter that doesn't appear in the periodic table?
BRLO. BRLO. BRLO.
BRLO? BRLO.
BRLO. BRLO?
Welcome to BRLO and welcome to Cyberfest. We're super happy to be part of this. I'm Katarina, one of the three co-founders of BRLO. I'm here alone today, sorry about that, but welcome to our lovely, lovely beer garden. We have around 600 seats here. We have even a sandbox for kids so parents can sit here and drink their beer. Obviously now with Corona we've thinned down a little bit of the seats, but it's still a lovely atmosphere, so I hope you can visit us at some point. Our brew house and our brewery is built out of 38 used shipping containers. It's quite spectacular. Yeah, so we're super happy to be part of Cyberfest, and we're bringing you today our newest beer, which is called Happy Pills. We're in Berlin. It's not a joke that you need to explain here. Obviously also not in the UK. And it's really interesting because actually when modern craft beer started here in Germany a few years ago, everybody was like, okay, we can't do pills. You know, pills was kind of traditional German beer, and everybody was doing pale ales and IPAs or stouts. And this is the first time we're doing our interpretation of a German classic. So this is our Happy Pills. It's brewed with Citra, Hercules, and Öl Melon. So it's nice and floral and has a little bit of citrus notes to Citra. It's a lot hoppier than you usually have with the German pilsners. And so, I don't know, we're a little bit in love with this beer, and we hope you like it too. It's unfiltered actually, but as you can see, it's still nice and clear, but not as dead filtered as a lot of the industrial pilsners we have here. That's the subway, which you hear right now. So you can come here by subway, 2 lines crossing, just stumble out into our beer garden, and you can get very drunk safely home again. This is Happy Pills. I really hope you enjoy this, and it's not even noon yet. I do. And see you very soon here in Berlin. Cheers.
Prost. Vom Prost passt auch.
Ah, Prost.
Prost. Ja, das ist eindeutig. Oh, no, I love this one. That's one of my favorites.
First.
It sounds like if you farted in the bath, it would make that noise. Like.
A message for Cyberfest. What is the only letter that doesn't appear in the periodic table? Anyone? The letter J. Have a good time, or I must break you.
There's great stuff from the guys over in Berlin and BRLO. We've got some more shout outs to do. Isabella wants to give a shout out to her favorite person to eat hot cross buns and play frisbee with. That's nice and lovely.
Sickening.
Alison Day, happy birthday to Matteo the Roman. Great nickname. You and Faye are babes from Alison and Erie. And we got a shout out here, but I feel like it needs like a little bit of background music. Rich, do you want to give me a little bit of a tune?
Oh, yeah, what kind of a tune, Doug?
Think you're in lockdown, you're listening to a podcast, you're watching a live stream, and then suddenly someone comes up and tells you about Squarespace or Casper Mattress or VPNs. You got it? This shout out comes from our beer buyer Callum to say all beers from tonight and last night are in the online shop. Get 10% off by using the code CYBER10. That's right, CYBER10.
Boom.
Fantastic, yeah. But seriously, guys, if you are a fan of some of the beers from tonight, or if you were joining us last night, or you're curious about the beers from last night, you can get them with a bit of a discount using the code CYBER10 from our online shop. I feel like we need to address the fact that we managed to get Dolph Lundgren to give us a question there.
We need to acknowledge that.
Ivan Drago himself. Yeah, it was a big get. We've done some nerdy picks for the celebs reading out quiz questions.
In case you haven't got this already, much of tonight is just a very nerdy self-indulgence for me and Doug.
100%. Fun fact about Dolph Lundgren: the reason why we asked him to do a chemistry question is because he has a master's in chemical engineering.
That is a fact.
Yeah, it is a straight up fact.
Is it a fun fact?
I believe it is a fun fact.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can Google it. It's a very interesting juxtaposition between Ivan Drago, I must break you, and chemical engineering. But there you go. Takes all sorts. Up next, we're going to have the first of our entertainment acts, and that is the musician Lou McLean. Now, Lou is a musician up here in Scotland. She is a wonderful singer-songwriter, and she also leads workshops for women in the music industry and how to succeed there. So give it up for Lou McLean.
Hi, I'm Lou McLean. I'm a singer-songwriter based in Leith, Edinburgh, and today I am here to play you a couple of songs. So let's get started. This session is coming at you live from my living room, and as you can see, I have fashioned a mic stand out of a lampshade, so we are making do and mending here in Leith on this very day. So the first song that I'm going to play you is one that I wrote about enjoying my own company and just having a night in, which quite topical because I've been having a lot of those lately, as I'm sure you have too. So this song is called Bedtime Reading. It's Friday night and I'm under the covers with a hardback book about star-crossed lovers. On the night, what tickles my fancy? The female eunuch or flicking through Banksy? Other people are out on the time, loading up on shots or getting down. But it don't fuss me, cause I'm tucked up cozy, have it in my hand, enough cheese for a toasty. Sacks, chilling with Bevog. Why waste my time just flipping through a magazine? There's worlds to discover between the sheets, the lyrical genius of Tempest and Keys. It's easy to see why people would mock me, staying in with Brandon, that mysterious heart tree. Don't get me wrong, when I go hard, but sometimes I'm happier with Beetle the Bite. So I turn on my lamp, switch off my phone. I don't need company, I'm fine on my own. It might seem dull on the face of it, but life moves fast and I don't give a shit what you think, what I'm missing. There's plenty time for piss-ups and kissing. Sorry son, but I'm not conceding, cause tonight's the night for bedtime reading. For bedtime reading. Thank you very much. So it was, yeah, I've been doing a few live gigs, well, online live sessions lately, and it is very odd to be like, thank you, after each song, because there is no one here. So yeah, here we go. I'll do another in a moment, but first let me just say that that song, Bedtime Reading, is on my EP, Good Morning Easter Road, which you can buy on Bandcamp if you wish. If you want to take a little bit of Lou home with you. Oh, yeah, you can hear the seagulls outside. They're loving it. They're like, please buy the CD. Sorry, I'm really hard on sales, but I'm not actually being serious. Hello. So another song for ye is another one that I wrote. I actually wrote it a few years ago now, but I don't really play it live that often. Well, I didn't, but I have been recently, and I'm actually hoping to get it recorded in the next few weeks, because I've fallen back in love with it. So this song is called All Talk, No Action, and it goes a little something like this. It would be so easy just to lie and say I never cared, but my heart skipped a beat the moment I saw you. Black hair, blue eyes, history repeats itself again. My predictable taste and men, it was always all about the chase. Loaded glances and conversations of a questionable taste. We're pushing the limits of our common sense. I wanted to see how far this could go, but I'm scaring myself cause I already know. This has been an amusing distraction, not a true romance or a fatal attraction. I was feeling low before, that's why I didn't realize you're all talk, no action. This has been an amusing distraction, not a true romance or a fatal attraction. I was feeling low before, that's why I didn't realize. So we just go along, even though we know it's wrong, under the cover of darkness, cause I've always loved secrets. And if she ever knew, found out the truth about you, I wonder how she'd feel, even though what we have
feel worse far than you do on a premise as flimsy as this bulletproof glass. I turn my head and I let the moment pass. This has been an amusing distraction, not a true romance or a fatal attraction. I was feeling low before, that's why I didn't realize. You're all talk, no action. This has been an amusing distraction, not a true romance or a fatal attraction. I was feeling low before, that's why I didn't realize. This has been an amusing distraction, not a true romance or a fatal attraction. This has been an amusing distraction, not a true romance or a fatal attraction. Wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was all talk, no action, and I have been Lou McLean, and I hope you enjoyed this session, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sets that are on today. And yeah, thank you. Bye.
Some brilliant stuff from Lou McLean there. Thank you so much for taking part. Just as a point for everybody, if you do like any of the musicians or comedians that we have on tonight, we've got links to their sort of web pages and Facebooks and YouTubes all down in the description. So, you know, give them a like, a follow, a subscribe, help them out because, you know, lockdown's affected gigs and that's the kind of main source of income for artists. So support art, links down in the description, follow them along.
She was fantastic.
Yeah, Lou McLean is awesome. I just really love that kind of slice of life nature of the kind of songs. I remember I first saw Lou McLean at an open mic, a spoken word open mic here in Edinburgh. Nerd. Because I was that student. I still do poetry. Yeah, that's right. I'm that guy. My street cred just went down from like 0 to -5 or something. But yeah, it's a fun art form. You should do it. Give it a try. But yeah, it was a night called Soapbox. So shout out to Soapbox and Ed Uni. And it was a great night to see talent like Lou's. So I'm really glad that we could get her along for doing this this weird and wonderful cyber gig. Rich, I believe you've got a winner and a shout out to give.
Yes, several pieces of information. The quiz question, which letter is not in the periodic table? The answer, as Dolph so correctly stated, is J. And the winner has the most English name I've ever heard, which is Lucy Cuthbertson.
Brilliant.
Congratulations, Lucy. What else do we have? Oh, happy 24th birthday to Louis Walker from Georgina. Happy birthday, Louis. I hope you're having a good one. And also a heads up that the Stu Mostow beer has a special way to pour it. So please don't drink that beer yet. Wait for the video before you get stuck in. What's coming up next, I hear you ask? Oh, great. It's Dougal's with their 942 session ale. This is an absolutely cracking beer. You're going to love it. Let's watch the video.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I got here about, 20 something years ago. It's a little village up in the north of Spain. called Lierganes. It's in Cantabria. But this isn't the Costa del Sol. This is a bit more like Scotland with more garlic. And it's great. But I'm a long way from home. So I missed like a few things. You miss your family, you miss your friends, you miss your beer. And so I started a family with the love of my life, and I started making beer. And if you got beer, then you got friends. But then in 2006, it got serious, and I started a brewery. First brewery in 30 years here. And this is not something you want to do. It's not something you want to do on your own. But luckily, I met this bloke.
I'm Kike and I'm from here. I was living 500 miles away, and this was my way back home. With Andrew and the beer, I could learn to brew and mainly to drink beer. And brewing beer could be easy, but making good beer could be very difficult. So we made a team to help us to brew.
Hi, I'm Carmen. I'm a microbiologist in charge of quality control. My job here is to monitor the production from brewing day to bottling day to drinking day. Cheers!
I'm the brewer here at Dougal. I'm a biologist, but I'm also a liquid chef. My job here is to make sure that the water, hops and malt end up tasting like this. Cheers!
Okay, now it's time for beer testing. 942. 942 is the phone code from Cantabria, and the picture is the closest surf spot to the brewery, from the brewery. Okay, and now we're gonna taste it.
Right, so this is the numbers bit, always confuses me. So 942, it's the local phone code. We've been brewing this beer since 2012. It's one of our 8 core beers, brewed by a 10-person team here in the brewery. I think that's about it for numbers.
No, it's good. And now, let's taste it. It smells very good, very hoppy. Tropical fruit. It's from 2 hops that we know very well here in the brewery, Cincoe and Cascade. We use it a lot, and it gives you a tropical fruit, mango, grapefruit, yeah, absolutely.
Bit citric.
Now let's drink it. To make a beer taste is very easy. Okay, when the wine people make a taste, they used to split it, but we don't do it. We swallow it. No, more or less.
Wine people spit, beer people swallow.
Swallow.
Cheers.
Okay. Very fruity again, very hoppy, a little bit citrus too.
It's all there.
Finally thirsty, it's people coming to the brewery, and they want to, they need our help. And very drinkable, low alcohol, easy for summer, easy for festival. This is a good point to drink it in this festival you're enjoying now.
Cheers. Cheers, Henry.
Cheers. This is our more strangest festival, isn't it?
This is the weirdest beer festival we've ever done. At this time of year, we're normally kind of in a bar, in a pub, in a festival somewhere, and this is kind of odd because we can't see you. We know who you are, kind of, because you're like, we've done this, but it's kind of quite bizarre that we don't have this kind of contact. Hang on, I've lost it.
I don't know. We are
right. Okay. So hang on. Yeah. So, but yeah, this is kind of this is social distancing, but this is social lubrication. And it doesn't matter where you are or how many people you're with. I mean, my father told me a really good piece of life advice, like never drink unless you're in company or on your own, right? And it's kind of applicable here. So, cheers. And most of all, we're okay here. We can all drink, but there's people that can't, and there's people that are working, and people that are like suffering a bit more. So, cheers to them as well. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you so much to Andrew and the team at DouGall's. A fantastic video, very cinematic, and yeah, from a great brewer with one of the most Spanish names out there, DouGall. Fantastic, we love it. Coming up next, we do have something a bit special. Rich, you with me?
I'm always with you, Doug.
Fantastic. Well, I mean,
even when you don't think I am, I'm there.
For those of you at home, we are filming in 2 separate rooms, so it is kind of weird because I'm talking directly to a camera, Rich is talking directly to a camera, but we're having to have a conversation.
Usually we'd be all over each other by this point, but
normally yes, but you know, people don't need to know the inner workings of our office. But speaking of our office, I mean, there is a whole team behind actions like this. Like, currently speaking, there are 4 people in the space. But we recently expanded the team, like in customer service and all kind of areas of the business. So big shout out to everyone at Beer52.
Absolutely. Welcome to all our new colleagues.
Yeah, welcome to all the new colleagues. Great time to jump on board during the lockdown and all the madness that ensues. But coming up, we do have a Skype call with our beer buyer, Callum.
Yes.
So, Rich, you're going to handle that.
The hardest working man in beer.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm going to go and see if I can get him on Skype just now.
Fantastic.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You go. I got this.
This may or may not work. On the evidence of Cyberfest 1, this could go like massively tits up, but
we'll see. So while Rich is away, it's just us now. It's just us. If you want to get involved with Cyberfest, remember you can get a shout out by going to cyberfest@beer52.com. You can also tweet us at beer52hq with the hashtag Cyberfest2. You know, we want to see all your weird and zany creative projects, lockdown haircuts, home bars, you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to give Rich a bit more time because we do have a couple of shout outs. So let's get these on the go. Tamsin and Ollie are getting a shout out, who are still together after 4 months in lockdown. Well done, you are surviving. It can be a bit difficult to, you know, be in the same space as someone for like all the time, but I'm glad to hear that you guys are still together and still going strong. PJ Trainer, shout out to his pregnant wife Louise, who has supported his drinking at Cyberfest with an expression of disapproval the past 2 days. Fantastic, Louise. Great night staying up late in the Cyber Alley online bar. And yeah, just a reminder to you guys at home, Cyber Alley, link in the description. I think we've got like 13 different bars that can host about 50 to 60 people in each. So if you don't get in during the fest, you might get in for the after party. And you know, we'll keep those running as long as there's people to fill them. So if you fancy having a drink with some other Cyberfest goers, that's the place to go. Obviously, you can do that after the stream as well, because we're still going to be here and we're going to be in the bars after the Cyberfest is over. But for now, I believe we are ready for a Skype call with Beer52's own Callum.
Hello, Callum.
Hi, Rich. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, having a good time. Enjoying it.
Got outside today?
Yeah, it's been much nicer, but yeah, back in with the beers now.
Nice. As good as it should be. So, we just wanted to have a quick catch up with you as the man who's put together this amazing selection of beers for us tonight. Why did you pick? How did that process work? Why did you pick these particular beers from these particular breweries?
Well, basically, obviously, this is the sort of second Cyberfest, so we kind of looked at the first one and see how that went. So the idea is it kind of appeals to obviously all our existing members, but you know, for someone new as well. It's all about having a great time and connecting with sort of other people. And yeah, like the brewery's great stories to tell. You know, I think this one's definitely been a bit more international than the first one. And we just try and get a nice real range of sort of flavours, styles, lots of different ABVs as well. We can't have every beer's too strong, you know, just to sample so many. But yeah, it's been great, and the breweries have loved it as well.
That's great. No, Cyberfest one very nearly killed me, so I'm glad you dialed it down on some of the beers this time. Any particular standouts for you? I noticed you've got a bit of NorthBridge there. Yeah.
So yeah, this is great. I'm just finishing off this one as well. Tonight, yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, they're all great beers, to be honest. I think, yeah, that's definitely one of the pick for me. And the Frontaal beer that we've got coming up shortly is absolutely amazing. And we've got them featuring in the box in a couple of months. And then I think the Stu Mostow beer that we've got coming up towards the end is fantastic as well. So yeah, they're great guys, and that's an absolute smashing beer. So
absolutely, Stu Mostow, yeah, absolutely. Some of the nicest people in brewing for my money, anyway. Also, I thought people might be a little bit curious to hear more about how you generally go about the process of picking beers. What do you look for in a beer? And is there anywhere that you'd like us to go exploring, if you like, that we haven't been before?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we're always looking for kind of like the next big thing, or the next hottest brewery, or the next kind of hottest country. So, in terms of Cyberfest, it's like it's a good mix of people that we usually work with. If you're like a you know, a regular member, you'll notice a lot of the breweries and stuff. And for Cyberfest, we brought up, you know, some of the more like higher ABV beers. We've got some bigger cans in there and stuff. So it's, you know, some of the beers are generally a bit more expensive. So the breweries can kind of showcase different styles than they usually would at the box. So like, you know, the Thornbridge, it's 7%, you know, big cans and stuff. Yeah. So it's all about showcasing something different. And yeah, I mean, yeah, we've got some exciting themes coming up. We've got our kind of summer theme that we do every year for June, and then in July we're doing the Netherlands. We've got Frontaal, Dougal, which we had last night as well, and some of the best breweries there. And then I think it's just, you know, we're just constantly exploring, kind of researching all these different countries and things like that as well. So
yeah.
So yeah, loads of cool things in the pipeline, I think.
That's brilliant. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, certainly looking at the sort of provisional schedule for the next 6 months, we've got some really exciting locations coming up. Can you give viewers a bit of a heads up on any other interesting projects that we've got in the pipeline?
Yeah, we're looking. We might have. We're going to hopefully get another US box coming around the autumn time. So that's kind of like just getting all the time behind work. So yeah, it kind of takes 6 months to put some of these boxes together because there's so many beers. You've got the light packs, the mix packs, the 10 packs and the 12 packs, so that there's a lot of work that goes into it. Obviously, like just now with COVID, there's
well, apologies everybody. It's not a Cyberfest without some sort of technical gremlin showing up to, you know, get in the way of things. So yeah, apologies again that we couldn't get that going. We'll get Rich back onto the screen in a second. We're going to move straight on though. We're going to go on to a lovely, lovely beer by Salt. Now, unfortunately, due to circumstances outside of everybody's control, they weren't able to provide a new video for Cyberfest 2. You know, we wish the team all the best. But we do have their brewery tour from Cyberfest 1. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Salt, we're going to play that for you. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a live beer tasting to the camera, just me and Rich and you guys at home. For those of you wanting to drink along, this is the beer. It's called Alpaca. It's by Salt. But first up, we are going to go to their brewery for a little bit of a tour so you can see kind of the place that makes this phenomenal beer. Then we'll come back, we'll have a drink together. That's what Cyberfest is about.
Hello Cyberfest, my name is Ned, I'm the director of Salt. I hope everyone's keeping well and making the best out of these unprecedented circumstances. I think Beer52 absolutely smashed it with this first online beer festival, and hopefully it's the first of many. So I just wanted to film a quick video to give you guys a bit of a background about Salt, so the brewery and also the beer that we brewed for Cyberfest. So a bit about Salt, our history. We launched in November 2018, so we're going on 15 months, 16 months, so we're still pretty new and finding our feet, but it's been a great ride so far. In West Yorkshire in the north of England, in a village called Saltaire. And Saltaire is a beautiful village. It's at a World Heritage Site. Saltaire was built by a super progressive pioneer of the textile industry in a man called Sir Titus Salt, hence the name of our brewery. He's called Sir Titus Salt. He built the mill and he built the village to house the workers of the mill, which was quite progressive and new at the time. So as I said, he's super innovative, both in terms of textiles and in them, but also in his approach to workers' rights. So in addition to building the village, he introduced a mandatory day off, and he built a park for his workers. All things that were very new and not the done thing at the time. So we're super proud of where we're from, and we try to use that progressive spirit in our approach to brewing. So clearly the name of the brewery is inspired by our home, but also our core beers are named after textiles and textile terms as a nod back to our heritage and history. The brewery is housed by a Grade 2 listed tramshed building, and hopefully you'll be able to see sort of the old industrial architecture you'll see from sort of the steel and the beams. And our goal with this place was to build the ultimate beer drinking experience. So you'll see the brewery around the outside of the building, but slap bang in the middle is the tap room and live event space. I'll turn this around to give you guys a better view. At the moment it's become our makeshift packaging facility for our web shop and home deliveries, but usually this place is open so beer drinkers can come and enjoy freshly brewed salt beers in the place where they're brewed and kind of follow the journey of their pint from raw ingredients to dispense. We've got our slogan, the purpose of beer is to create pleasure. That sits above our brew house. It's quite an apt place for it to sit. So yeah, that's my brief introduction to salt. Hope you guys enjoy Cyberfest and hope everyone stays safe. Any questions, feel free to follow us on socials and ask us at Salt Beer Factory. Cheers.
So that was a tour of Salt Beer Factory. I mean, it's such a cool brewery. They absolutely exploded onto the scene last year. They won Best Newcomer in the 2019 Beer52 Awards. We absolutely love them. They are a riot. They are so much fun, and most importantly, they brew absolutely exceptional beer. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a video, as Doug was saying, we don't have a video from these guys walking us through the beer this evening. So I have a can here and a dirty glass.
I've got mine pre-poured. I'm ready to go, Rich. So
you're pre-poured.
Yeah,
Jesus,
that's right.
on it, Doug.
I came prepared for this tasting. I'm ready.
All right, so we're gonna have a little. I just pulled that all over my shoes. We are gonna have a little taste just here. It's I mean it's an absolutely beautiful colour to start with. It's a lovely sort of golden orangey. There's a slight kind of hint of greeniness to it as well. It's beautiful, slightly hazy. I mean, the first thing I get on the nose, Doug, is it's like cantaloupe melon.
Oh yeah, it's like one of the first things to hit you, I think.
Yeah, and it's got that kind of really sweet kind of ripe melon as well, like melon that you've cut up and like left on a windowsill.
Smells like summer, Rich. Summer on the Riviera.
On the Riviera. Never again.
Never
again. The hops we've got Amarillo, Citra, and Mosaic. And those of you who read the magazine will know that I have some weird problem with Mosaic, where to me it always tastes like pickled onion Monster Munch. I've spoken to a few other people who have this. I think it's just like a genetic quirk. So you know how some people eat coriander and it tastes like mouldy soap. For some reason, Mosaic, pickled onion Monster Munch. But this, I'm not getting any of that. I'm just getting a little bit of lemon zest from the Citra. Just melon for days.
Yeah, I gotta say that's the thing I'm getting most of all. It's like really nice and sweet and light and soft, and
it's so.
It's a round kind of flavor. It's not sharp at all. Like it's
no.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Let's have a taste.
Oh, I've been tasting already, Rich. I'm sorry. I got stuck in real quick.
I mean, it's so sweet. The melon's definitely still there on the palate, but there's like sort of Christmas tangerine or satsuma or something. It's citrusy, but it's like a small orange citrus.
Yeah, it kind of lingers afterwards. I think that
kind of lingers. Yeah.
Yeah, that
yeah.
Nice. That kind of citrusy bit comes like right after that really like big hit of like kind of sweet tropical fruit.
Yeah. And there is. I mean, it's really well balanced because there's a kind of there's a kind of a honey maltiness that comes from the malt as well.
Yeah, you get that on like a big sniff for me at least. I don't know whether that's just my palate, but like take a big breath in, you get that kind of element of the honey behind it, which is really nice.
But it's not the malt on the palate isn't particularly grainy or biscuity.
No.
It's
Which
just,
I quite like, to be honest. I'm not a fan of the when the malt's like too forward and too biscuity. Like I'm more of a tropical fruit kind of guy when it comes to lighter beers.
See, I disagree. Like particularly with an IPA. I like the malt. I like the malt to be there as well. Particularly if there's bitterness. Which actually I think this is very low bitterness. There is just a little kind of snap at the end, but
yeah. Let's get the comments going. Like, what do you guys prefer? Like, if you're coming in this for like an IPA or an NEIPA or anything like that, tropical, herbaceous, bitter. Like what bitter, sweet. Like what side of the spectrum are you guys looking for? when it comes to drinking. I'd love to hear like opinions in the comments.
Because IPA now is such a broad church, isn't it?
It really is. It's phenomenal. Like you get like American IPAs and stuff, which are more tropical, and you get like the classic British ones, which are more
balanced,
and herbal.
And then I mean, it's not just like there's one kind of IPA from America. You have a West Coast IPA.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
It's just like it's being like slapped around the face with a bushel of hops.
If you had to put this beer with like a food pairing, Rich, what would you do? Like,
maybe like that's a good question. I think maybe something a little bit sour, maybe like a lemon posset or something, or like a guava or passion fruit. Because there's that in there as well. You'd want some kind of dessert that was tropical, but a little bit sour as well, just to kind of offset the sweetness of this.
See, for me, I definitely like, it's a dessert or a starter beer. I don't think it's like a main course thing. It's too light for that.
Definitely not.
But yeah, you can get those kind of salady type things where it's like melon and prosciutto and mozzarella.
Oh, mate, no, that's exactly it. Melon and prosciutto. That's what this would go brilliant.
Just go
with.
Full hog on the melon element of this.
Yeah, and just the savoury saltiness of the prosciutto as well.
Exactly, yeah, and then you've got like kind of creaminess of the mozzarella to kind of blend everything together.
Jesus.
That's right. I can sound like I know what I'm talking about.
I'm so hungry.
For those of you at home, if you ever want to like just bluff your way through like beer tastings and stuff, do it. It's so much fun.
Should we do some shout outs? I mean, I think that's probably enough of us.
Yeah.
talking shit about beer. Thank you to Salt, by the way. I mean, this is absolutely
so
brilliant.
Salt. All the best to you guys, and guys in the comments, tell us what you think about the beer. We really love it. I think that's pretty clear. So let us know what you think.
Okay, so let's have some more shout outs before we move on to the next section. Which, Doug, do you know what the next section is? Because I've completely forgotten.
I do indeed.
Good. Right. Then I'll pass over to you once we finish these shout outs.
Fantastic.
So Jessica Lee Rigo, shout out to Smithy, who completed the finest forward roll while drunk on a single bed that she has ever seen.
Smithy, well done.
Well done, Smithy. I mean, I think we've all seen a lot of drunken forward rolled single beds. So, that's quite an achievement. A shout out to, this is a very oddly formulated shout out, but I'm going to read it verbatim. Shout out to his beer drinking wife Hazel from her drinking beer husband Dave. So this is a couple, a married couple. They are called Dave and Hazel. They are both drinking beer. Dave shouts out to Hazel. That's as I understand it. Does that make sense?
That tracks. That seems to
Okay,
follow.
good. That scans.
Dave and Hazel, glad to have you on board.
A big shout out to a couple in Edinburgh, Katie and Kirsty, who are celebrating their 3rd anniversary today. Congratulations, guys. I hope you're enjoying the beers.
Yeah, nice to hear from local people.
Absolutely. Get out in the sunshine. I hope you got out in the sunshine this afternoon, because apparently the rest of the week is going to be a bit of a disaster. Lewis, thanks. Oh, right, okay. Lewis thanks his beautiful girlfriend Sophie.
Yeah, sorry, we should probably preface this. Rich has an allergic reaction to sincerity, so yeah.
Sorry, I'm good. I'm fine.
You good?
Lewis thanks his beautiful girlfriend Sophie for getting him this for his 30th, but they're only 30. They're only 30. It's fine.
I mean, they're older than me, so go on, guys. Well done.
Well done. Keep it going. You got this. Elizabeth May Johnson to Curly P, her man in the field, who has done so much for the UK and the world.
Nice.
I want to know more about Curly P.
Yeah. I've not heard Curly P mentioned in the news recently.
No, certainly not enough.
Or have we?
Elizabeth May Johnson, please, get in touch. Tell us more about Curly P and his contribution to the world.
The superhero that is Curly P.
The internet demands to know. Douglas, what's next?
Yeah, so next up, we're going to go into another entertainment section, and it's going to be a comedian called Jess Fostekew. Those of you who have seen Live at the Apollo, she's done that, and she's absolutely hilarious. So please give all your love to Jess Fostekew.
Hello, Cyberfest. Thank you for having me. Hi, I'm Jess. This is a weird old time for comedians, you know, because we're all doing like kind of little bits of online kind of gigs like this, which are really exciting, but they're difficult because, you know, it's just not normal. For a start, we can't hear you laughing, which is horrible. But the other thing is just lots of little cruxes that we have normally when we're doing gigs. Like normally you'd have a microphone. Like it's really weird to not be holding a microphone. So, oh, don't mind, I'm just going to just sort of hold that there. That's right. It's beer! Yummy beer, yes please. Oh God, I genuinely really love beer. Oh, I mean, I do understand that I'm talking to you for such a short amount of time this evening that to have used any of it up, making you watch me sip a beer is 100% taking the piss. But tonight's what it's all about, isn't it? Beer love. Yes, please, beer. I genuinely think that I love beer to the extent that I would say that manufacturers and distributors of beer, Hundy P count as key workers. At least 2 out of every 100 of my Thursday night claps are for you, beer people. Thank you for our beers. It's been a funny old time, isn't it? The old lockdown. I think there's some upsides to it though. A lot of people talking about getting in touch with nature a bit more by doing things like being able to hear more birdsong and like maybe stargazing. I've not really done that much of that. I have got in touch with nature though by growing all of my body hair out from there down. And it's obscene, actually. I'm like a wolf. The big news though is I really like it. I don't know why I didn't do it before. I really, really like it. My armpits now, that's like having a couple of new pets, actually. I find myself absent-mindedly stroking them. I think in a way it's better than pets because I'm never worried about where they are. I'm pretty confident that they love me back. And I think, like maybe, I'm never going to be lonely again. One other major upside of having let my armpit hair grow real massive is often I get all the psychological benefits of having exercised without having even exercised because I always smell like I've just exercised. Other upsides, just a few days ago I was genuinely able to completely effectively, really efficiently, just use my shin as a towel. It's good, isn't it? Talk about loneliness. I've noticed some upsides to that as well, like the kind of weirdness. Everybody's getting a bit weirder, and loneliness will make people weird. One huge upside though is I think like a lot more things are turning me on, basically, that wouldn't have done before. And I think me and a lot of other people are going to come out of this lockdown a lot less fussy. Well, the best example is I got the other day a full-on pant party just from the slight power rush that you get when you're in charge of the Zoom meeting and it's you who gets to end meeting for all. Extraordinary. I had a moment. I had a full moment for that. I've been isolating in less sexy news with a 4-year-old, really arrogant one. Unfortunately, I created him, so that's sort of my duty. He's a big head, and yeah, I'm not helping. I've been attempting some sort of homeschooling. Sort of. I think my efforts have made him thicker, actually, in sad news. The other day he said, "Oh, Mummy, Mummy, do you know yesterday when I banged my head?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he went, "Well, it still hurts." And I was like, "Oh, you know, that's bad." And he went, "Yeah, it still hurts from yesterday, so it's hurt for 3 days now, and this is the 5th day." Cretin. One cunning thing he's done though, more cunning than clever, is in an attempt to make me let him have loads more sugar. He has reclassified pudding as sweet mains. So that's what this household calls pudding now, sweet mains. Still not quite clever, but very cunning. And I tell you what, this lockdown hasn't made him any less confident. At least people will be talking about the wider impacts on children of this time. Everything that's happening now. Well, mine has got no less sure of himself. Early on in lockdown, we were out for our walk one day. He's patting everything that he passes, every bollard, every car, every pile of rubbish someone's tipped outside their house. I live in South East London. It's everywhere. He's patting everything, touching, swiping, scraping everything. I was like, can you please stop touching everything? Just stop touching everything. Like, this is a time where everyone's just trying to wash our hands every 5 minutes. The least you can do is not pat every filthy object that we pass. And he said, it's fine, actually. I know these ones haven't got corona on. And I thought, well, you can't know that. And he said, I can, actually, because I can see it. So I explained, like, you know, obviously, you can't see it, no one can. Like, literally no one can, you're not missing a vital skill, no one can see it. If we could see it, we wouldn't be in this pickle. So don't worry, it's not just you, but I'm just explaining to you, you can't see it, and he lost it. Like, I can't see it! Just tell me I can't see it! I can't see it! I can't see it, actually! I can see it! I know when it's there! Anyway, right. We had a long, long, long time of that. And then that evening we got home and I thought this whole debacle had passed. Meltdown, we're through the worst of it. And it's the night time. I'm running us a bath and getting changed. And he goes to me, oh, bad news, mummy. I've just seen your tuppence and it's got corona on it. Unbelievable. Thank you for tuning into this and please enjoy the rest of your Cyberfest. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jess. That was absolutely brilliant. You're a very shouty lady, and I admire that tremendously. Doug, we've rattled through these beers so quickly that I've not even had chance to ask how you've been doing.
Yeah, I think I've been doing okay. People who were there for yesterday's session will know all about the kind of the lockdown chat that we were having last night. But after everything finished and we'd explored Cyber Alley for a little bit, I went home and honestly, man, I didn't get much sleep. Like I woke up at 4 with this
Doug,
kind of like
too much information, man.
Yeah, I was too pumped. I was too jazzed. I don't know whether this is good for me. Like
you were jazzed.
Yeah, I had so much fun. Like this surprisingly enough is weird amounts of fun.
No, absolutely. I was still awake at 2 in the morning. I had to go through and watch that Michael Jordan documentary, Last Dance.
Oh.
I had about an hour of that just because I was so pumped.
Yeah, so psyched. I haven't actually got around to watching that. Is that any good?
No.
No? Cool. I watched Space Jam instead then, I guess.
I did. I watched that. I watched that recently.
Classic.
Good. No, the Michael Jordan thing's great. Watch it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, lockdown is tough.
It is.
Surprising nobody.
Yeah. So I was in. We were making a joke last night about how in Scotland it's still very much everyone's still respecting lockdown, and they're sort of making eye contact with someone is still somehow slightly sort of verboten.
Yeah.
But Jesus Christ, I went to B&Q obviously because I'm an English male. And then I went to Tesco's, and lockdown is over.
Really?
Honestly, like people were kind of reaching over each other to, like, squeeze avocados and things. It was. I mean, really
Honestly,
bad.
Once
really
you get
worrying.
decking involved, the average British citizen goes mad. Like,
yes. Yeah.
Getting the light fixtures, like they need it. Meanwhile, like. Something I didn't mention last session, something that I've been doing to keep sane during lockdown is just watching like a whole bunch of films with my fiance. And
are you engaged, Doug?
Yeah, I am actually.
Wow.
And
Were you meant to be getting married in July, Doug?
I was. Yeah.
Because you hadn't mentioned that.
Yeah, because I mentioned that last night. For those of you who weren't there last night, I was meant to get married in July. That's not happening. Thank you, COVID-19 for ruining those plans. But no, we've just postponed. We're going to get. Hopefully, knock on wood, 2021.
Doug's wedding list, by the way, is also in the description. So if any of you feel like buying them a Le Creuset set, then
anyone wants to donate one of those fancy mixing station things.
I've
been watching too much Bon Appetit. I need one now. Like I need to do like a Claire Saffitz and make stuff at home, and It's Alive, etc. But yeah, something that I've been doing is doing like a lockdown kind of cinema almost, where like we just set up a screen and we just kind of watch films that neither of us have seen before. And it's been loads of fun to experience new stuff. So Rich, I have a bit of a game for you that I'm going to spring on you. As all my games are, they must be sprung on Rich.
Doug, these would be so much better if you told me you were going to do them so I could prepare something.
But they're way more fun for me if you're not prepared. So I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
All right,
now we just had a phenomenal beer from Salt.
Yes, which I'm still drinking.
I do have mine just off screen, ready to go once we get to a video segment.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, we talked about food pairing for that beer. What would you watch with that beer? What's the movie that you would watch with the beer?
Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski, really?
Yeah.
Reasoning?
Reasoning because it's slightly tropical. It's laid back. I would drink this beer wearing shades and a dressing gown, but it also has a kind of rippling undercurrent of danger, a frisson of risk, if you will, that I appreciate.
That's excellent. All right, okay, no, yeah. I dig it. I probably would have gone more of a milk stout direction for Big Lebowski, but I can see the logic.
Because of the White Russian.
Because of the White Russians,
that's very literal, Doug.
Yeah, I'm a basic bitch when
You're
it comes
a basic bitch.
When it comes to my beer pairings and my movie pairings. But yeah, guys in the comments, what beer would you pair with? What beer would you pair? What movie would you pair with Salt's? What's it called? Alpaca. That's the
Alpaca.
one. Yeah, and maybe some of the other beers in the box as well. Let's get like a full-on film club going. Like,
is there a film with an alpaca or a llama in it?
Emperor's New Groove.
I mean, that was very quick. You are not wrong.
Yeah, got it in one. That's my answer. Emperor's New Groove. Let's do it. Cool.
I think you win.
Yeah. So you got 12 beers in that box. Let's get like a little movie club going. Pair your beer with a movie. Let's see if we can broaden some horizons.
Also, when you talk about your home cinema club, you just get like cinema nights going. That does just sound like a romantic way of saying we watched some television.
Yeah, but like there's a whole like thing to it. Like we make sure that we get dressed for it and like...
Oh, you get dressed at home?
Yeah, that's right. Like, I'm not just in the sweatpants. I'm putting on jeans for that stuff. Yeah. I think it's important though. Like you gotta do weird stuff like that. Like the other day we were watching one of the Theatre Live productions and my lovely fiance Catherine made like a little safety screen like you have at theatres.
Oh, like a fire curtain?
Yeah, like a fire curtain. She made like a proper fire curtain and a little drinks menu and a little like program.
Oh my god,
yeah,
you guys!
It was one of the nicest things that I've ever had.
Hashtag adorbs.
Yes, indeed. And I can thoroughly recommend it to the people at home. You guys who are like 4 months into your lockdown relationship and celebrating anniversaries and stuff. Think outside the box. Do something weird. Like that's kind of you've got all the time and the creativity.
Think out of the box.
Yeah. Or think in the box, and send us your craft projects to do with the Beer52 boxes. Segue. Plug.
See what you did there.
Hashtag Cyberfest2 at Beer52HQ. All that jazz. What have we got coming up next, Rich?
I don't have a clue, Doug.
Well, I can absolutely tell you. We have another pub quiz question, which is going to be a Say What You See round again. So remember, the Say What You See rounds, they're all built around brewers' names.
See it, say it.
Yeah, see it, say it, drink it. I'm going to keep doing those kind of things. I like those. But yeah, visual clues, give us the brewers' names. If you get them correct, you might win a box of beer. Remember, you're sending your answers to cyberfest at beer52.com. And in between the question and us giving you the answers, we're going to have a video from, let me check my notes. It's going to be Frontaal.
Oh, Frontaal.
Yeah.
So they're in the. I've just sent an issue of Ferment off to the printers, and Frontaal. It's all about the Netherlands. Frontaal, absolutely amazing brewery, absolutely great people. I've not opened this beer yet. I think I have it here somewhere. I am extremely excited about this one.
Excellent. So yeah, we're going to have the pub quiz question, say what you see, then Frontaal, and then we'll come back and we'll give you those answers, and potentially we'll have somebody winning a box of beer.
See you on the other side.
See ya.
We are standing here in the middle of our bar. The bar is located just in front of the brewery. The brewery is in the back, but we'll show you a bit later. This place has been opened 1 year ago, and the brewery, we started producing on that new brew house in August last year. So all recently we moved to this place. 5 years ago we started on a different location, just 1 kilometer in a different direction. It was a very small place, but there we started brewing on a small kit, and we had a small tap room, and everything evolved, and yeah, with some crowdfunders we were able to make the step to this new place. We brew a lot of IPAs in our brew house. We also do a lot of imperial stouts, barley wines, and some other stuff, kettle sours for instance, but mainly hoppy beers. So you will definitely going to taste some of our hoppy beers. I hope you guys are enjoying Cyberfest. We are very honored to be part of it. We really hope that you will enjoy the beer, and I'm going to taste one as well. I will not tell you yet which beer, but if you have a good look, you can see it. It smells hoppy, so that's good. Cheers, have a good evening, and see you next time.
Hi everybody, Freek at Brouwerij Frontaal. Today you're going to enjoy the juice pints, V12 in our series. Obviously we started at V1, progressed until V12. That's what you are going to drink right now. Started out in bottles, now we want to do cans in our Tough Nights brewery. Beer in line, always the same in-house designer, it's called Jenna. Does a great job. Lots of different hops every time, but HN, our head brewer, will talk a lot more about this stuff for you guys. I'm just saying cheers and enjoy.
just poured ourselves a lovely sample of juice punch straight from the tank. You may have seen I used a hose there. It's because I just added the second dry hop addition to this beer. Juice punch, as Frank has already told you, is a beer that is very, very heavily dry hop. We do a day zero dry hop with Citra, Mosaic, and with Idaho 7. That's on the first day of fermentation, and just when we're about to finish fermentation, we add another load of the exact same hops again. That's to maximize the hop profile and also to take as many of the polyphenols from the hops to keep it nice and juicy and hazy, and undergo some biotransformation to give a real tropical kick. As far as the malt profile goes, we use actually oats from across the pond, as well as the lovely Golden Promise, which is also from the UK. So here you go. You're welcome. Have your malt back. We hope you enjoy this beer. Cheers. That's hoppy. That's really hoppy.
We hope you guys enjoy the beer. Cheers!
I hope you guys enjoyed the video from Frontaal there, and the answers for the Say What You See round were Tempest and Pilot. Tempest and Pilot. So we'll be announcing the winner for that very shortly. But in the meantime, we do have some more shout outs to give.
We do.
Yeah. So I'm going to kick those off. Mark Murdoch wishes himself a happy 50th birthday, drinking his box from his family. That's fantastic. So yeah, these boxes make great presents. And Mark, happy 50th, mate.
Happy 50th, man.
Thank you for joining us.
We have a shout out from the Isle of Skye, from Graham, Laura, and their two boys eating homemade pizzas.
Oh,
that sounds amazing.
Yeah. Can we come? Or can you send them in the mail?
Please. Sky's not far.
I've got one here from Rob and Will, drinking from, and they've asked me to say this in all caps, Letchworth Garden City. So, Rob and Will, cheers.
Angela Temby is enjoying her 45th birthday today. That's the only information she's provided, but I assume Angela Temby is having an excellent time.
Happy birthday, Angela. We got another birthday here as well for Dan Fielden, and it's his 34th birthday. So birthday's coming thick and fast today.
I have a non-birthday here. Shout out from Bucky the Glaswegian dog to Ewan, your mum and dad, and Sean. Miss you. Woof, woof, woofity rough.
Excellent. The inclusion of woofity is my favourite bit of that.
Yes.
I think we got a picture of the dog with that one, so we'll maybe post that up on the Twitter.
Oh, that'd be great.
I have my last shout out here, Tracy Davies, to her lovely friends she hasn't seen since Christmas, Sandra, Ross, and Joe. So that's very nice. And yeah, thank you all for drinking along with us.
Excellent.
Just one last thing to say for all the shout outs. We did this last night as well, and we do want to hear from you guys. If you guys are enjoying Cyberfest and you want us to do another one, leave us a comment. We love hearing that, people are enjoying this.
Our bosses need some convincing. I mean, This is obviously very high budget stuff.
Absolutely. And of course, if you have any ideas for what you want to see from a future Cyberfest, do let us know. Hashtag Cyberfest2 at Beer52HQ. You can also leave a comment in the live comment section, wherever it is. I'm just going to point in all directions for wherever the comments are on the YouTube video. And let us know what you want to see. Do you want to see a particular brewer come up? Do you want to see us tackle a theme? Do you want us to do more music?
Do you want me and Doug to make out?
Maybe not that, because social distancing, Rich. But
lockdown's basically over.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Anyway, enough of that. Send us your ideas, and let's move very swiftly on to our next act of the evening. It's another comedian. It's the supremely talented and I hear double-jointed Lloyd Griffith.
Hello everybody at Cyberfest. It is Lloyd
Griffith here. Thank you very much for having me. I've done a few of these gigs in my mum's spare room, which is where I'm at. I'm basically staying with my mum in her spare room, hence why the absolutely horrific wallpaper. And it's disgusting, isn't it? So apologies for that. I hope you're all having fun at home and tucking into a lovely beer. Personally, my favourite from Northern Monk is the Doomsday Disco, 6% absolute disco indeed, and the Great Northern Lager as well. So I hope you're having a nice tipple. I'm not drinking at the moment because I'm being professional. I will do in a minute. Now, this pandemic is obviously, I hope everyone's well. I hope everyone's well. But as I say, I'm at home at the moment with my mum and it is testing. Obviously, I love her. Obviously, I love my mum. Do you know what I mean? She gave birth to me. She bought my first car. But it is testing because there's an age difference. And I moved out of Grimsby, where I'm from, about 15 years ago. But she still speaks to me as though I still live here on a day-to-day basis. And she came back from the shopping 2 days ago. She said, hey, guess what happened earlier down the avenue? I was like, what? She went, I bumped into Sue, didn't I? I was like, who's Sue? She went, you know, Sue, as if saying Sue twice. Like, oh, Sue, I remember Sue. I was like, no, I don't think I do know Sue. She went, you do know Sue Doughty. I was like, no, I don't think I do. She went, you do. She lived down Ladysmith Road. I was like, Mum, I don't think I do know Sue Doughty from Ladysmith Road. She went, you do. You went to school with her, Charlotte. I was like, how old was I? Nursery. So what, about 3? I was like, yeah. We like Sue's daughter, Charlotte from nursery. She went, oh God, Sue. She was an hairdresser. She had really long hair, then she had it cut short into a bob in like the late 90s. Like, yeah, again, still not entirely sure. I do remember Sue. She went, she has that Nissan Micra that changed colour. I was like, Mum, honestly, I've got no idea who the bloody hell Sue is. She went, oh, fair enough. Got angry, went to walk out the room, turned around and went, oh, stabbed her husband. I was like, mention that at the start. Do you know what I mean? I remember Stabby Sue. I can't remember she was an hairdresser, but remember she was very handy with a pair of scissors when needed. And that is what I've got to put up with on a daily basis. But I bloody love her. For anyone that might have seen me before live, when live comedy and going out was a real thing, Google it. I'm a comedian, but I also have another job as well as comedy. Now, what I used to do, I used to speak to crowds when you could have crowds. I used to say to them, hey, what do you think I do for a living as well as comedy? And the response I'd get back were scathing. The straw that broke the camel's back was a gig in Birmingham about 3 years ago. Bloke on the front row. I said, mate, what do you think I do for a living as well as comedy? And this bloke looked at me, panicked, went, oh, I don't know, mate. Darts. I thought I was a darts player, like a fat athlete. A fatly, if you may. I'm not a darts player. I'm a comedian, but I am also I'm a singer. I'm genuinely a professional singer, a classical singer, as well as a comedian. I do it professionally. I sing at places like Westminster Abbey, Windsor Castle. I'm fully aware that I look like the American singer and actor. He's in that band. You've seen him in all the films, Will Smith. But I genuinely sing in a dress, in cathedrals. It's absolutely insane. And I have a singing teacher. And obviously we're doing comedy now online at the moment. But I also have to do my singing lessons online. Like I pay for a batch, I pay for 10. And just before the pandemic hit, I kind of like paid for my 10. So I still have to have lessons with my singing teacher, Nick, over Zoom on my little selfie stick. And so I've been doing my singing lessons in my mum's house in the spare room, and I sing not like so I've got 2 voices. I've got my hallelujah, but I've also my actual voice that I sing is high. I sing quite high, like a lady. It's called countertenor, otherwise known as male alto. And the word countertenor is actually Latin for little fat bloke that sings like a bird. So I was genuinely having a singing lesson the other week with my singing teacher, Nick, and we were singing a song called It Was a Lover and His Lass. And this is genuinely what happened. This is how I sing. And so this was happening in my mum's spare room where I'm at in Grimsby the other day. There's a window there. And so I was going... It was a lover and his lass with a and oh and a, nanny no and a, And Nick was talking me through the technique, and I presume as well, you're all clapping and doing standing ovations at home with your beer there. Okay. And anyway, so he was talking me through it, but as I started singing again, no, in springtime, the only little ring. I heard like a knock on the wall. I was like, okay, I'm not sure what that is. I carried on singing. No, it was a lover and his lass with and he's talking me through my technique to make sure that I've got that column of sound, that my breathing is right, and that I should keep my mouth open with 3 fingers. And then I heard that knock again. And I guess the little working class council estate lad in me just came out, and I was like, no, that's someone that is asking me to be quiet. So I just basically went a little bit feral, and I was like, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. And then there was no more knocking, and I felt like an absolute legend. And then I was pottering around the house, and I'd say about half an hour later, there was a bloke that just appeared at the window, and next door having some building work done to their house. As well as, hiya mate, just to let you know, I'm just going to do some drilling outside, right? So I'm just going to pull your window down for about 20-30 minutes. That's all right, just so no dust gets in. I was like, oh mate, that's absolutely lovely. Thanks very much for telling me. He went, do you mind telling your missus as well? I was like, what? He went, do you mind telling your missus? I was like, missus? He went, yeah, I heard a bird singing. Do you mind just telling your missus? I was like, yeah, mate, I'll go tell her now. It was me. So it was me, and it's been awful, and I can't wait for this to be over. Thank you very much for having me, Beer52, Cyberfest. I hope you're having a lovely time. When this is all over, hopefully we'll have a big old comedy night in real life. Drink responsibly and get absolutely tucked in. I've been Lloyd Griffith. I'll see you later. Thanks very much.
Awesome. I'm eating pizza. I apologise.
So unprofessional.
Sue me. Right. Yeah, we've had some great chat on the YouTubes. Suggestions for breweries that people would like to see in Cyberfest 3. Boundary from Belfast. Absolutely superb choice. I can thoroughly get behind that. Northern Monk, Tiny Rebel. Some favourites coming up.
Yeah.
Who do you want to see in Cyberfest 3? We're all ears. Films. We've had some film suggestions to pair with the beers we've been drinking. What have we been hearing, Doug?
Well, I mean, I think the underrated favourite, I think we decided, was The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Superb.
A weird and wonderful little film, but yeah, I definitely recommend checking it out. It's all based around like CIA experiments and people who stare at goats.
Yeah, and kind of based on stuff that allegedly actually happened around the CIA trying to harness people's latent psychic powers.
Yeah, really stranger than fiction, but then again, it was the 60s, so...
Exactly. Yeah. We have, up next, we have another brilliant Estonian brewery for you. Estonia has been really hot for a couple of years now. Those of you who were here last night will have had Pohjala's Winter Banger. Just at the name Pohjala, I can feel Doug from next door becoming very excited.
They're so good.
Another absolutely amazing Estonian brewery, Tonka. We had them in the box last year with a beer that they brewed to taste like a sauna.
Yeah, it's a weird concept to have a beer in a sauna, but apparently it's a thing.
Sauna beer is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
No, 100%. It's yeah. If you've never had like a really, really cold pilsner, like ice cold pilsner in a sauna, then you've never lived. So what are you even doing with your life? Tonka. Anyway, yes, Tonka, absolutely amazing. We have it's a blood orange beer coming up from them. We're going to watch their video now.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Hi, and a very warm virtual welcome to Tonka Brewery. We're an Estonian craft brewer, and we like to call ourselves
Douchebags.
Well,
Douchebags.
I was going to say refreshingly different. That's like the official company slogan.
Refreshingly douchebaggy.
But that's fine. As said, we are a experimental craft brewer. We do a bunch of stuff, mainly beer though.
See ya. And also non-alcoholic malt drinks.
And we're excellent at making marketing videos.
And also massive douchebags.
Come, let's take a tour of the production facility. Here we are. Welcome to the tank farm. We have 15 tanks for a total of about 50,000 liters or 500 hectoliters of capacity. Tanks of varying sizes from 1,000 to 4,000 liters, which means we can brew a variety of styles and not really care about whether we can sell 500,000 of any given style. Here's our packaging line. We're all cans these days, which is cool, because cans are the superior packaging format. Hashtag keep the oxygen out of my beer. And here, as you can see, we also wear dad jorts a lot. But here, we are at the heart of the brewery, about a year-old Kaspar Schulz automatic system, which again is a huge help for us. We can brew basically any style of beer we want to without being limited by our equipment resource. So whatever our little heads can hook up, we can probably brew or die trying, which has been the case. Well, not die, but you know what I mean. What else? This is new. We've got barrels, because we finally got the room for barrels. Here we are back at Tanker Brewery with our addition to the Cyberfest UK beer festival thing. Bonanza.
Madness.
Orange Rainbow. It's a rainbow of orange. No, it's a beer. It's an IPA.
It's a ship. It's a beer.
It's all of that. It's an IPA with blood orange in the mix. Nice American piney, resiny, citrusy hops.
West Coasty.
West Coasty, enough bitterness that you can actually call it an IPA, not like the swill a lot of people are making these days.
Fighting words!
Yeah. Here we have it. Nice, hazy, biotransformy, not skimping on the hops kind of a brew. Nice head too.
That's what she said.
Haven't had any complaints either. Oh yeah. This is a lot coming from a northerner such as myself, speaking about their own product. But yeah, I'd drink this, and so should you.
And you will.
Cheers!
Tanker.
Yeah, Tanker. Excellent work from those guys. I hope you're enjoying the beer. It is a bit of a tall boy, so we're going to do some shout outs and have a wee chat. If you're drinking along with the Tanker beer, we also have like an entertainment act coming up, so you've got plenty of time to enjoy it, really savor the beer. But as I say, we've got some shout outs to do first. So Curtis Buck, shout out to Tiff, who had her first lockdown shower today. Go on, Tiff. Stay clean. Stay healthy.
That's some going. That's incredible. Darren Longhorn.
Nice.
Darren Longhorn says members should vote on which breweries we invite to Cyberfest 3. That's an excellent idea.
Interesting idea.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got a shout out to Erin Greenaway and friends. There's no kind of message attached to that, but Erin and friends, if you're watching still, thanks for joining and hope you're enjoying Cyberfest 2.
We have a suggestion that the glass in the box should be a teku.
Oh.
Get you.
Look at you with the beer terms.
Yeah, no, it should be a teku, but we're not made of money.
I gotta say, teku glasses, I'm always envious of people who own and have teku glasses.
So I have one teku glass that I got from a beer festival a few years ago, and I treat my son less gently than I treat this glass.
For those of you at home that don't know what a teku glass is, think a wine glass crossed with like a Japanese palace. So it's like, that's the way I kind of think about it. It's got like a little lip at the top, and then it kind of comes down and then goes like that. It's almost like an inverse diamond kind of shape.
Yeah, it tapers and then splays at the top. It's like a wine glass, but with.
Because it's got a long stem as well, so you can hold the stem and not like heat the beer with your hand. But yeah, they're so cool. They look so fancy, and I do not own one because I am not a fancy man.
You're a fancy man, of course you are.
Oh, in my dreams.
So Lana sends a shout out to her pal Eve Gilmore for being a legend and seeing her through some hard times.
We've got Selena Harris would like to shout out her main sister from the same Mr. Farina, celebrating her birthday and her new job at the NHS with her second Cyberfest. Massive congrats, Farina. Well done on surviving to your birthday and also getting a new job at the NHS and for surviving Cyberfest 2 so far. Well done.
Matt Gray, echoing the sentiment of many, suggests we have a Stout Fest. Doug?
I'm the resident dark beer drinker in the office, all right? I am 100% behind the idea of Stout Fest. As a stout man, I want stouts. I have the final shout out for my page here is James Linton. Congratulates David Kramer and Lauren, who got engaged today.
Woo!
Yeah! Go on, David and Lauren.
Lockdown engagement, love it.
Yeah, they are celebrating their engagement at Cyberfest. Guys, I'm so sorry. This is
my
not
God.
an engagement party until now.
I'm sure it's been going up well up until this point, but you have not played this well.
I don't know. You know what? I'm done with the self-deprecation. This is a fantastic choice. This is great. You're surrounded by friends.
This is very
here.
memorable.
Yeah. Well, that's all my shout-outs. Rich, have you got any more?
No, but I do have a quiz winner.
Ooh.
So say what you see round. The answer, of course, was Tempest and Pilot, as we've already established. And the winner was the one, the only, the superb, the legendary, the strangely attractive Adam Graver.
Yeah. Well done, you.
Are we ready for some more entertainment?
I think we are. I think
Good.
we need it.
All right, so we have another excellent musician for you. Now, this is one of the first acts that we booked for Cyberfest 2. I was all in, Doug was all in, Fraser was all in, we were all in. It is the one, the only, Joy Anonymous.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Cyberfest. Hope you're enjoying yourselves this evening, enjoying your beers. I'm Joy Anonymous, and so are you. Welcome in, man. How we doing? Hands up. There's no one else around. Sure, there's news, but see how only us. Sure, they might all be round, but look how they all disappear when they put their hands on in a rocking chair. Don't follow my lead, it's a bad place. I know everything that I am, and I dance harder now. Put my hands up, and there's no turning me down. Follow my lead, please.
Just put your hands up and be honest, 'cause you ain't yourself right now. You're just there with your head down. Look, you're freaking out. Put your hands up and be honest, 'cause you ain't yourself right now. Jump and scream out loud, like I know you know how you are.
Yes, you're enjoying yourself right now. The point of your anonymous is to find your own little joys. Look at yourself. And one of those joys is the little things in life. Woo! I got a bell, and I really like the way my day, my pan out. Woo! I got a bell, and I really like the way my day, my pan out. Woo! I got a bell, and I got a couple of my friends too who like to play their bell so proud. Ring ding a ding 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 a ding a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Ring ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. Woo! I got my hair, and I really like the way my day, my pan out. Woo! I got my hair, and I really like the way my day, my pan out. Woo! I got my hair, and I got a couple of my friends too who like to play that little horn. Ring woo 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 woo. It never good when you find love inside your own self. It might be a little person, it might be a tiny instrument that you would like to play. It might not be everything. When you hear that bell so loud, ring ding a ding and make it proud. Can y'all hear? I got a short time with you this evening. But one of the things we're trying to accomplish in this time is to saying thank you to our champions. We just released a song on Friday, 22nd of May. And yeah, this one goes out to all you in home. And I hope that you're feeling alright. And I hope you're not doing too bad, too sad. This song's for you. Hey dearly beloved, you might find yourself feeling tired. You might not understand why. You might look at yourself, feel like your life isn't better for you. Being you isn't good, being you isn't the best you can be. See, I'm telling you the truth. You're really good at being you, nothing else but the truth. You might find yourself at times just inside of that. You're the best at being you. Listen to anyone there, sing me this song and keep telling yourself that I'm a champion. I'm the best at being me. Just put yourself in your top shelf. you ain't convinced yet, I'm sure I could try harder. Look at everything you are, you're a father, you got 2 kids, and look at you there, you their mother. You held both of them for 9 months without even batting an eyelid. Watch how they're refining that time, cause they will be great at being there. They wanna learn everything from you, and I'm sure you get sick and tired of the long nights. Don't listen to anyone else, just pick yourself up and keep on singing this song. Hey, I'm a champion, I'm the best I've been. Just put yourself on your time share, keep on singing it out. A champion, I'm the best I've been. Just put yourself on your time share. Yes, you're good than you. Welcome to Joy Anonymous. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Cyberfest. I hope you're not killing yourselves too much in isolation. Keep on enjoying something that you're doing. If nothing else, just keep singing this line with me. I am good at me, yo, and I am good at me. I am good at me. I am, oh, I am.
Fantastic. Big shout out to Joy Anonymous. Thank you for contributing to Cyberfest. Really nice to see everyone enjoying all the music and stuff that we've been putting on there. Again, links in the description. Please do check out everybody. I'm sure they'll appreciate the likes and the follows and the subscribes, and even if they've got albums out, the purchases if you can. We've got some more shout outs, but first we have an update on the Curly P mystery from earlier. I know Rich was keen to hear about this.
I've been getting absolutely obsessed with Curly for the last 20 minutes.
So he's got like the corkboard out, the red string, everything.
Yeah.
An update on who Curly P is. He is a philanthropist. That took a while to say because I've been drinking. And paid for Elizabeth's bionic toe.
I want to know what a bionic toe involves.
Yeah, see, my bet is on like James Bond villain style, like knife foot. Like it just kind of flicks out into a knife and you can kick your enemies.
Mine's rather more benign. I just think that would be a perfect way to integrate a USB drive.
Just kick the laptop and then
exactly,
download files.
and you're in.
I'm sure like every single tech person out there just cringed inwardly when they heard kick a laptop. So the shout outs we've got are Georgia Lonsdale wants a shout out for her brother Jamie wearing his t-shirt from Cyberfest 1.
Ah, Jamie, legend.
Repping the brand, Jamie, like it. And the Bolton family say Cyberfest 3 should run until 2 a.m. Bolton family, you clearly like what we're doing, which is great, but also 2 a.m. might just kill me and Rich.
But I mean, it'd be amazing. I just think by 2 a.m. it'll have degenerated so far.
If you ever wanted to watch the slow decline of two men, that would be Cyberfest 3 going on until 2 a.m.
I'm absolutely, Doug, I'm here for that. I am here for that.
Rich is here for it. Maybe he can take that slot from like 10 till 2.
The graveyard slot. Whispering Rich.
Yeah, we'll become like pirate radio where we all get our own little segment. But yeah, thank you so much for the shout outs. Do keep them coming in. Cyberfest at beer52.com.
We're loving hearing from you all.
Yeah, and it's a great way to stay connected. I mean, during lockdown, it is kind of hard to talk to friends and family. I downloaded WhatsApp for the first time. Like it's taken till lockdown for me to get that app, which everyone seems to have. But yeah, I use it to talk to my mum, my dad. I get pictures of like the wonderful food that they've managed to cook, and all the like wonderful cocktails that my dad's made.
And your nephew.
And my niece.
Your
actually.
niece, sorry.
Niece, yeah. I recently became an uncle for the first time, and so I just get baby pictures all the time. Baby pictures, cute baby pictures. So that's how that's all WhatsApp is to me. It's cute baby pictures. And like tantalizing pictures of food and drink and alcohol, and also my mum has gotten into memes.
Yes. What the hell? Like, is this just us? Has everyone's parents suddenly discovered memes?
See, I think there's like certain categories of like parental memes, and one of them is like classic cartoons like Hanna-Barbera, Tom and Jerry, with like relatable situations, done in kind of like an interesting sort of diagram format.
Yeah.
Or the other category is a minion drinking wine on an off-white background with cursive text saying something like, "If you can't handle me at my sassiest."
Yeah. Hashtag mood.
Yeah.
Hashtag mood.
Just really weird. I want to get into the psychology of those memes, those minion memes specifically. Like,
yeah.
What's the connection? Because minions never drink alcohol, but yet they're drinking wine and chatting sass.
I have a theory about this, Doug. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, let's hear it.
So my minion's theory is that the minion, as a concept, as an icon, is really an everyman for our time.
Okay.
He's a blank canvas with goggles onto which we can project our deepest societal fears, hopes, preoccupations.
See, I'm really sad about that. That's made me real sad, because I thought the blank slate that everyone could put themselves on, the everyman, the hero for our time, was Keanu Reeves. But
I mean, he is a blank slate.
But he's an amazing blank slate. I love Keanu. Keanu, if you're watching, you're probably not, but yeah.
But if you are,
come to Cyberfest 3.
We're here for you, Keanu.
What have we got coming up next, Rich?
Up next, we have more things.
Yes, I know what we've got coming up next.
Just give me a second. I know we talked about this.
I'm ready to bounce on it if you need. I'm here for you.
We have another comedian. Is that right?
We do indeed. Yeah.
Ah, this is great. I watched this video the other day. It's hilarious. Yeah. We have Tucson Douglas. Tucson Douglas. Tucson Douglas. It's brilliant.
I haven't gone for a shit in 3 days.
It's funny what you miss, isn't it? Me, I miss the pub urinals, that unmistakable waft of piss and male inadequacy. I miss making a socially unacceptable amount of eye contact with the guy next to me. But most of all, I miss the awkwardness that comes with not being able to go, but pretending to anyway in order to save face amongst my male peers. Today's episode of the Tucson Douglas Show is brought to you by the good folks at Beer52 and Cyberfest 2, the world's second online beer festival. Enjoy those craft beers responsibly. But remember, you're at home. Who's gonna know? I'm off to wash my hands now for 20 seconds.
Government telling you to go back to work even though they're all still at home? Then follow this guidance. Avoid sweaty armpits, twats in suits, and men in general. Don't wear lycra if you're over 40. And travel by camel where possible. I don't get all the fuss about normal people.
Good morning everyone and welcome to 60-second workouts with me, Jaheim Wicks, the couch body. We're going to start with a little bit of a warm up now. Alright, open the door, that's it, and pick up your Amazon package. Open the door again and pick up your ASOS package. Are they essential items? You seem to think so. Okay, arms out. Move them up and down like you're an eagle soaring high above the Appalachian Mountains. If you want to make this one a little bit more difficult, try making the sound an eagle makes when it's swooping down on its unsuspecting prey. Okay, now put your hands up. Keep stretching a little bit more, like you're being stopped by an overzealous police officer. That's it. Really stretch like your life depends on it. Hold it. No sudden movements, unless you're Caucasian, in which case feel free to add some squats to this one.
It's Tucson Douglas, aka MC Pain au Chocolat, aka The Drill Chef, aka Mr. Spicy, representing the Sham.
In the mornings, I like to enjoy the bird song and bask in the beauty of the natural world. This morning's been a little bit different though. It's just a small thing. It's not a big thing at all. It's just my girlfriend told me that occasionally she masturbates to videos of UK grime artist Skepta that can be found on YouTube. Now, there's nothing wrong with masturbation or Skepta. It's just I'm nothing like Skepta. I can't rap. I don't have neck tattoos, and I'm not from Tottenham.
Can't stop eating chocolate digestives. Got stopped by the police. With 5 donuts on me. Feds tried to shame me, so they can't all be for me. Yes, they are. I like donuts. Listen, when I'm in the kitchen, I work harder than the mum of 2. Shank, shank, shank. Lamb shank. If my girlfriend is sexually attracted to 2 completely different people, why hasn't she wanked off to any of my stand-up videos? Here we go. Just putting a bagel in the toaster. Start the day with a bit of breakfast. Just waiting. Always seems to take a bit longer, doesn't it, when you're standing there? Yeah, I'm bored now, aren't I? Yeah. Just killing some time. Okay. Didn't realise I did that, so... Not sure what's going on there. Can we see that again? Not a clue. Quidditch, maybe? I've been told on 3 separate occasions I look like Daniel Radcliffe. Oh, still going. Feels like a cry for help, doesn't it? Like, get some help. But I never do. I never do. Here I was thinking, do I have time to get my phone? Always a risk, isn't it? Waiting a bit more. Oh, I've lost the plot completely now. Look, yeah, manhandling the toaster. Tell it to go fuck itself. I've walked away. I've walked away. Happens every time. I never do eat the bagel. And that's my morning routine. Why not try it yourself? If you've been affected by anything you've seen on the Tucson Douglas show, drinking more beer could be helpful.
Tucson Douglas, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely loved that. I thought that was brilliant. In case you were wondering the kind of chat that goes on behind the scenes while we're playing these videos, in the last 5 or so minutes we've talked about how teletext CFAX is being used to communicate with prisoners in Poland. We've done a compare and contrast between Tesco's and Sainsbury's bin bags. And what else, Doug? What was the...
Well, I think for the context, the bin bags are keeping out the natural daylight, which would normally be coming through the windows, and you know we want to make the most of our sexy lighting.
So welcome to our extremely glamorous televisual world.
Yeah.
Some shout outs now for you boys and girls. Dan Van Rayson, congratulations on the name, wants to give a shout out to the entertainers tonight. Loving the musicians. I think we can all get behind that.
Yeah.
Loving the musicians and the comedians. Spanamac, shout out to Camp Llamaland. If that's not a code to incite revolution, I don't know what is. Doug, are you activated?
Not just yet. I'm waiting for an eagle and an ocelot and a ferret to meet in a bar.
Shout out to NHS frontline worker Tafty, who is on his shift now and joining Cyberfest right after. Hashtag Beer for Heroes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tafty, and everyone in or remotely connected to the NHS who is watching tonight or watching on catch up later on. Enjoy the beers, guys. Mm-hmm. And my final shout out is to Snow White and his 7 kids.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I really don't know what that's about. I mean, basically because nothing interesting has happened to us, any of us, for the last 2.5 months. All we can do at this point really is compare lockdown notes. And there have been a lot of comments on the YouTubes about mine and Doug's facial furniture. Doug, have you been growing it for the entire lockdown?
Well, I had the beard before lockdown. Yeah, that's right, kids. I had facial hair before it was cool. But yeah, it's kind of been growing and growing steadily during lockdown. I'm probably going to end up with like a Gandalf level, so probably somewhere about there by the end of lockdown. I don't know about you, Rich. Rich, have you been growing for lockdown or during lockdown?
No. So I had a more modest beard before lockdown. Certainly nothing to compare with your luscious locks. But no, I was. I'm not gonna lie. I got drunk. I got convinced into shaving my beard off a few weeks ago. So this is all new growth. But I did have a bit of fun shaving it off. Basically, a couple of my friends were complaining that they'd never seen my face without the beard. So just for them, I went full Freddie Mercury, which I'm sure everyone out there can agree is an extremely strong look.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got a picture that we're playing just now.
I think the picture might be up. I did regrettably I did also go Hitler after this, but we don't have that picture because it's been deleted, rightly so.
Chaplin maybe is the better comparison.
Sure. It was a toothbrush moustache.
Both not great.
No, yeah.
Richard Herring had one for a while.
You've not even cut your hair, have you?
No, this is the thing. This right here, so annoying. I do not know how people with long hair do it. It is driving me mental.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to have to look up some lockdown haircut tips online or something because
is it long enough to tie back into a ponytail yet?
Kinda. It's really annoying. My hair does this thing where like it's long enough towards the back, but the front bits, there's still some bits that aren't quite long enough to reach around. I've got a massive head. So it needs to grow like really long before I can do like the full man bun thing.
See, before man buns, and actually, Doug, when you were 2 years old,
1995 for those keeping track at home.
I did have a ponytail.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I need pictures.
It was like properly scraped back, kept in a rubber band.
I need it. I need pictures of this in my life.
There are no extant pictures. They all got accidentally burned, and then their ashes accidentally raked into a rose bed. So there are no photos of that.
Well, I would actually think that's a good call for action for people out there. You know, if you've got a terrible lockdown beard, haircut, if you've got a majestic lockdown beard or haircut, have you been one of those people who's bleached their hair? Because I knew that was a thing like early lockdown. You know, send us some pics. Let's see.
I've shared my shame.
Yeah.
Don't let me do this alone. Send your pictures to Cyberfest 2.
Yeah. Hashtag Cyberfest 2 at Beer52 HQ.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of want to see who's out there, who's drinking, like who's joining us,
who's still here.
Because we're barreling through. We're getting towards the end, so you know, do get involved, and also you still do have time for getting shout outs in. Cyberfest at beer52.com. And as we say, you can tweet us at hashtag Cyberfest2 at Beer52HQ.
We are really enjoying hearing from you. All your suggestions, all your crazy thoughts. Give us your shout outs. Give us your coded messages for Polish prisoners.
Give us your bin bag reviews. Why not? But coming up, we do have the final pub quiz question. Virtual awes in the chat. Yeah, it's going to be the last chance to win a box of beer. So if you really want a box of beer, pay attention to this quiz question and email your answer to cyberfest at beer52.com. Nearly gave the Twitter handle instead of the email. Cyberfest at beer52.com is the email to send your answers to. So we're going to do a pub quiz question. I do believe it is, the final one. And then, just consulting my notes there. And then we're going to have a video in between, which is from Stu Mostow.
It's one of the nicest breweries in the world. It's a husband and wife team. I went over to Poland to visit them last year. They are just lovely.
Oh, it's so good. And it's a dark beer, so I'm very jazzed about this. So yeah, pub quiz question, Stu Mostow, then you'll get the answer, and I do hope you enjoyed the video. Cheers, guys.
Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried, and this is for Cyberfest. And now you're a beer club, and you're hosting a live stream pub quiz in support of breweries. I could never say that, breweries, during COVID-19. Now, what bird was my inspiration for my character Iago in Aladdin? It was that little bird that flies around my head that says, you owe rent money and you need a new couch and you got bills to pay. That bird that keeps flying around saying your wife wants a new living room set. That bird.
Hello everybody, very warm welcome from Probus Moscow in Wrocław, Poland. We're very excited to be part of the second Cyberfest by Beer52, and we have something very special for you, which Ben will talk about a little bit later. And my name is Greg, I'm a co-founder of Probus Moscow.
And I'm Ben, head brewer of Probus Moscow. Hi.
Hopefully some of you already heard of us. We've sent some beers to England, to Beer52, hopefully we're not a complete novelty, but let me just briefly explain who we are, what we do. So we are slightly above 5 years old, 5 years old. We are located in the beautiful city of Wrocław, which is in the southwestern part of Poland. Our name Browers to Mostow translates into 100 Bridges Brewery, which directly connects to locality, to our city, which has many beautiful bridges. So we're very proud of being part of this community. We brew our beers under a few different brands. So for example, this one is brewed under a brand called Wrocław, connecting directly to our city. The second one is Salamander, which focuses more on hoppy beers, modern beer styles. We also have a line called Art, which is collaborations. We love collaborating with other breweries, learning from them, with them, experiencing good fun and sharing, of course, the great beers with them. Recently, we've also launched another line dedicated to mixed fermentation beers. So hopefully you have or you will try all of them in the future. Ben, what do we have for our fans today?
So yeah, today we are presenting you our Tonka Vanilla Chocolate Baltic Porter. And yeah, so the base beer is a classic Baltic Porter, brewed with lager yeast, like a lot of dark chocolate malts, a bit roasty, slightly sweet. And yeah, apart from the lager yeast, it's like the classic theme from this kind of dark beer. And the main difference maybe with English Porter or like Imperial Stout, something like this, is that we give like this beer a really, really long lagering time. So this beer was brewed around January, and it's been like lagering at 0 degrees for 2 months. So it's been like in one of those tanks for 2 months, like definitely not a cheap beer to brew. And after this lagering, basically what we did is like add like a lot of Tonka bean, the best Madagascar vanilla beans, and some cacao, like pure cacao to it. And another specialty of this thing is like it's infused with nitro. So basically, apart from having a part of CO2, it's also infused with nitrogen, but it makes it like it will give like a more smooth mouthfeel, and it will create, how you will see in a few minutes, like a amazing and a really nice kind of like inverted cascade in the foam. Should we open it, or what do you think?
Just wanted to add that as a native Polish person, you forgot to mention that we Polish people, of course I was kidding about that because Ben is from Spain, but Polish beer fans are very proud of Baltic Porter style in general. We would like to believe that this is one of the few beer styles that have originated in Poland, so we are very happy to offer this beer, and this version is one of the few that we do. So yeah, let's crack it open.
So yeah, like basically what you need to do when you get one of those beautiful bottles at home, open it normal, get a glass that fits fits all the volume of the beer, and put it hard. So you get the bottle and put it upside down. I will try to do it better. Put it upside down.
I poured it very hard, so you need to pour it hard.
That's it. So put it hard, upside down. Don't be afraid that beer should stay in the glass, and then you will see this beautiful like inverted cascade. and it will create after a couple of minutes a really thick kind of rocky head.
It's very creamy. I can smell the aromas from the distance already.
A lot of Tonka.
Yeah.
So basically, what we try to do with this kind of beers, like we don't want any of the special ingredients to be like overpowering the beer. So the base beer is clear, and then like the three ingredients, like it's like vanilla, cacao, and Tonka, have to be like all together to create like something really smooth and nice. Cheers.
Cheers. Zdrowie.
Amazing. Like really nice body. Like normally for this kind of lager beers, it can be that sometimes the body is like a bit lower than the Imperial Stout, something like this, but the nitro is adding this kind of like silky and smooth thing. It makes your mouth kind of full. Nice beer. Especially for winter time. Imagine, I mean, right now obviously we are in summer, but imagine like a cold winter time in Poland, like drinking something like this, like slow, chilling at home. It's amazing.
So hopefully you enjoyed the Cyberfest. Again, we're very happy to be part of it. Enjoy it, and we're looking forward to hearing your feedback about this beer.
Yep.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
And the answer is the Scarlet Macau.
And best of luck to everyone who is taking part in the pub quiz there. I hope that one of you has definitely won a box. We have another couple of shout outs to give. Emma Moss has emailed 6 times to wish Louise and Andy Godspeed for losing their Cyberfest virginity.
Bless you, Emma.
Yeah, she was going to lose a bet if we didn't read this out. So Emma, congrats on winning your bet. And Louise and Andy, welcome to the world of Cyberfest and the wonderful craft beer community. I hope you're having a great time. And the other shout out that I've got here is for Stephen. Stephen did one night with Zealander at Cyberfest 1. And getting both nights this time was the best idea of the year since getting a haircut the day before lockdown.
Oh, amazing.
That's lovely, Stephen, and I envy you immensely for getting that haircut.
Great, so we still have another couple of beers before the end of the evening. We have an hour still to go, and we've got some great stuff coming up for you. Next up is a brewery that Doug, I know, will be particularly excited about.
Yeah.
It's Pohjala.
Yeah.
It's your favourite brewery in the world?
They are indeed. They can do no wrong in my book.
Absolutely.
They're so good.
Those of you who were here last night will have heard both of us waxing lyrical about what an amazing brewery Pohjala in Estonia is. But we're not going to bore you with that tonight. Doug, I was thinking though, so this is something we've talked about on the podcast quite a lot. You obviously love Pohjala, but what for you makes them so special? What makes a really attractive beer for you? Is there? I mean, there's taste and aroma, sure, but there's the story behind the brewery as well. There's the can artwork. There's sort of the culture. Do they go around the world and do lots of collaborations? What is it that you look for in a beer, man?
Well, that's a tough question. I think it's a combination of a bunch of factors. Like, if the artwork on the bottle or the can is really enticing, like I am kind of drawn to that. If you've got like really good branding, I reckon it does kind of help you stand out from the shelves. I remember one of the first beers I gravitated towards in terms of craft beer was Anchor Brewery from San Francisco, I think.
Yeah, San Francisco, absolutely.
They've got that beautiful old school kind of labeling with like the anchor in the middle or like the bear and everything. It just looks really cool, and the bottle shape and everything is really interesting and unique. So that really drew me into those guys. But of course, you got to back up like a nice aesthetic with like a good strong flavor, or not even strength of everything involved, but something confident, something good.
Yeah.
Something that stands out. I kind of like trying a bit of everything. I know I'm a massive dark beer fan, always have been. But I will drink pretty much anything. I'll go all the way to Gose and like sour beers and stuff. I've been to Belgium like a couple of times, and just the beers there are phenomenal. And it's stuff that I wouldn't normally go for, but I'm definitely up for giving it a go.
Yes.
So like, if you present me with a weird flavor combination, I'm going to try it. I'm going to be interested. My curiosity will just overwhelm me. So I think good kind of labeling, like aesthetically pleasing, interesting, or like, you know, good quality flavors. You know, so that usually comes from good ingredients. So, you know, I'm looking at craft. I'm not looking at, you know, mass-produced rubbish. And yeah, I think the story behind it as well. If there's like a really interesting story, or there's like a brewer that I really want to support because of their background and like what they do and what they stand for, I am going to lean towards them as well. Like there's loads of good IPAs out there, but if your IPA looks good, tastes good, and it's got like a really cool message behind it, that's a winner in my book.
Yeah.
What about you, Rich? Like, what do you look for in a beer?
It's kind of changed over time, to be honest, Doug. I mean, you mentioned Anchor. I went on an absolutely fantastic beery journey with our co-founder Fraser a couple of years ago to California and San Francisco, and we visited Anchor, and it's an amazing brewery, and they have this like really old-fashioned German copper brew kit that they disassembled from a German brewery, shipped it. This was decades ago. Shipped it over to the US, put it all back together. They have an amazing story. They brew incredible beers, but really, I can't disassociate that from the great time that we spent in San Francisco, going up and down those hills, you know, pretending that we were Steve McQueen in Bullet. You know, and equally, I mean, you mentioned sort of mass-produced lagers there. Yeah. A couple of years ago, I went on an amazing holiday to Italy, to Tuscany, with my girlfriend, and we only drank. Oh God, what's that? Italian, mass-produced Italian beer.
Beer Moretti?
Moretti, yes.
Yeah.
So it's this kind of Moretti that they do in big 500ml bottles, only in Tuscany. And we just drank that. And to me now, every time I drink that beer, because I have a personal story behind it, it always transports me back there. But as a journalist, as a writer, I guess the beers that I associate most strongly with are in the sweet spot in that Venn diagram of exceptional beer and an exceptional personal experience and story. You can't disassociate the two.
Yeah, it's funny that you should say that, actually. Like, it's not something that I'll normally go for. As I say, like, I'm thoroughly looking for craft just for the quality of the flavor and everything. But if I have to drink something that isn't craft, there are a couple of beers that I kind of gravitate towards for personal reasons, for those kind of personal stories.
Yeah.
Newcastle Brown Ale is not a great beer, in my opinion, but it's from Newcastle. So if I'm homesick in Edinburgh and like it's on offer, I'm probably going to drink it and kind of wax lyrical about how great Newcastle is. For similar reasons, like when I used to go drinking with my mates, like way back when I was but a lad of 18, so legal still. There was this lager, and I think it's like a Russian lager. It looked like a Soviet torpedo in like this green bottle. And I can't for the life of me remember what it's called, but it was real dirt cheap, and it came in a big bottle.
Which is the main criteria, really.
Exactly. So, and I was of an age where that was the thing. So if I see that, or if I have to drink that, then instantly I'm thinking about, you know, the times I've had with friends and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just, I think that's one of the wonderful things about, well, I mean, anything that you kind of consume, so like art and food and alcohol and, you know, whatever. But in this case, beer, is that it does have that ability to kind of hold memory and transport you back to good times. So that actually would be something great to hear in the comments. Like, what's the beer? What's your nostalgia beer?
Yeah.
Like, what's the beer that you go, it may not even be a great beer.
But it instantly transports you to somewhere, a very special time in your life.
Yeah. Like, what's that beer that like takes you to the place, makes you feel good in your soul? So while you're commenting, while you're thinking about that,
let's watch the video from.
Let's watch Pohjala.
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 Hey everyone, We're coming to you from Pohjala Brewery in Tallinn, Estonia, and welcome to Beer52's Cyberfest. We're pretty stoked to be here with you. We are coming right from the brewery. That's us right behind there. Busy brewing at the moment, but you know, we want to take some time out and be part of this. So those of you who might not know who we are, we're based in Estonia, and what our big thing always has been is we're brewing a lot of big, dark, barrel-aged beers. That's our real, what we love to do. But we do a whole load of other stuff that we love as well, and that's going to be some of the beers that we're tasting tonight. We started the whole brewing thing way back in 2014. We opened up our first brewery there in a little foresty suburb. And now we've moved just nearby the seaside in central Tallinn with our own tap room. In a much more advanced sort of brewery to really do what we wanted to do. So if you've been with us, if you've known us since the beginning, that's amazing. If you haven't been, that's also amazing. Great to meet you. So without further ado, I reckon let's crack something open and let's kick off with this one here. So, Orange Gose. Now, you probably know what a Gose is, but if not, then it's just a bit of a primer. It's an old German style that has sort of resurfaced a lot in the last few years. The modern versions are often using a load of fruit. They're generally sour with a little bit of salty acidity, salinity as well to balance everything out. Often they use coriander, ours does too. That's sort of a typical thing. But the big show-stopping thing here, the big moment that we're looking for is the oranginess. Now we principally, when we're making beers, we want them to still taste like beer. So you should be getting a whole waft of freshly pressed orange juice aromatics, mandarins, clementines, and mixed citrus. It should be pretty crystal clear, color of orange juice basically, but not sort of cloudy in that. We're doing a lot of beers that are inspired by the Estonian nature, our forest series. Unfortunately, oranges do not natively grow in Estonia, so this is not part of our forest series, but transport it and you might think that it's part of a beach series, because you can just imagine yourself lying down in the sunshine, just soaking up the vitamin D whilst drinking your vitamin C. It's it's one of my favorites to have when you're out and about, and it's just really smooth, clean, easy drinking, and nicely, gently fruit forward. So one of the things, like I say, we really like to make the beer be the front and central thing, and then have the fruit be that nice little element instead of overwhelming the beer-like flavor. We play around a lot with different malts in this. We're from the north of Europe, and rye is sort of the national grain we've got over here. Like bread is made with rye, not with wheat. So what we do here is we're brewing this using 3 different types of malt: barley, wheat, and rye, and that gives it that nice sort of bready thing, kind of like you're smearing marmalade on a dark bread or something. So basically, this is for what we've got, which is almost summer over here. It's getting up to be about 20 degrees or so. Then this is the perfect beer for this. I hope you're seeing the same thing over there. I hope so.
Pohjala, you can see why we love them, right? So we have some more shout-outs. There is still time to get your shout-outs in, but only just. We are coming up to the end of the evening and reaching something of a crescendo shout-out-wise. It's Cliff Whedon's 50th birthday. Happy birthday, Cliff. Tom Drysdale. Shout out to the Count of Monte Cristo to tell him to wash his socks.
Okay.
Okay. Sophie Baldry is dating the Sugar Puff Monster.
Wonderful.
Great. Doug, if you had to date a breakfast cereal-based fictional character, Tony Tiger?
Absolutely, yeah. There is no other answer. Although Sugar Puff Monster is a close second.
Absolutely. He's great.
Yes.
Fiona Duncan and the Nibs Beer Appreciation Society. Love Doug. And his blush when he said cunning linguists.
Cool. I didn't know I did that, but yeah, cool.
Apparently so. So when I read that, I should have read this beforehand. I originally read that as
scandalized, is what I was.
Yeah.
If I had a fan, I'd be waving like.
I think he
turn
said
about the room, Mr. Darcy. Let's talk about the proprieties of the day.
We also have another quiz winner. Congratulations to the one, the only, Amy Packham,
Well
who
done,
guessed
Amy.
correctly. that the answer was a scarlet macaw. Did she guess? I don't think she guessed. I think she knew. Doug, what's happening now?
Well, up next, we do have another comedian, and it's going to be the wonderful, the amazing Tom Ward.
Tom Ward,
so we're
yes,
going to
of
play
course.
that video for you just now.
It's not a wig. Good evening, Cyberfest. How you doing? I'm Tom. Now, a few of you already will be looking at me thinking, oh, that poor man who's hacked at his own haircut. Actually, this is a professional hairdo that I had done in March before all this lockdown nonsense from my lovely hairdresser Nicole, who is very receptive to my demands. I said, Nicole, can you make me look like an Oasis fan that's considering a move to Blur? I think she's done very well indeed. Cyberfest, are you drinking? I'm sure you're all pissed now. I love the fact that the word fest is used in this festival. I've been trying to get into the festival spirit myself for this. I've dyed my toilet water blue, and I've also stuffed 12 ecstasy pills up my arse. Thank you very much indeed. It's hard to stay busy. I don't know if you're finding this. It's hard to feel like you've done much. Every day I go for a walk past all the houses with the rainbow pictures in the windows, with a kid's handwritten slogan underneath. I mean, it's written by a child, but it's clearly been dictated by a very competitive parent. Thank you, NHS, key workers. Yeah, because every 3-year-old is obsessed with frontline medical staff. That's a given, up there with Lego and crayons. It's weird though, there's things that I miss. I haven't seen my dad since 2006, because he died. I've been banging a pan outside my house every Thursday ever since to say thank you to the people that looked after him, but no one joined me for that. Treated me like a weirdo, they did, because it wasn't fashionable then. But in truth, I haven't seen my mum since March, so I actually missed Mother's Day and her birthday. The flip side of that is that I saved a few bob, so I might be able to now save for that house that I'll never be able to afford otherwise, because she just won't die. My habits have also changed. I've started listening to the radio. I never used to listen to the radio. It would be on, but I'd never actually sit down and listen to it like they did in the wartime. I'm listening to Talk Sport a lot as well, which is now just a bunch of blokes sitting around going, God, I miss sport. Yeah, me too. Right, let's go to the news for the daily death count. And this is where I become like a sort of gambler at the side of a dog track, willing his number down. The daily death count today is 312. Get in! That's 100 less than yesterday. The pubs will be open soon. But I'm still seeing gambling adverts, betting adverts, still gently encouraging us to lay some bets.
Lockdown, what a prat. But being stuck indoors all day with your fat wife don't mean you gotta stop gambling like some sort of fucking ponce.
At one point, I didn't shower or change my clothes for 5 days. My thinking was, what's the point? There's no one here. Who cares? But then I realised I've actually got flatmates. I had thought I lived alone, but there's 4 people living here. They're very nice. We get on great, which is lovely. Fuck off! Sorry about that. It's the couples I feel sorry for, the people that already lived together before all this. Oh, babe, can you just not be there once when I turn around? It's the there-ness of you that's the problem. I'm hearing that veganism is on the up because people are discovering it. When the other stuff sold out of the supermarket with all the panic buying, they got the vegan option that was left over. My flatmate is a vegan. She lost her sense of taste and smell. Probably for the best. Am I right? To be fair, I've actually trying to be vegan myself for the last 5 years. But I will say I'd never want to go out with a vegan. That's too much of the same vibe, don't you find? You need dynamics in a relationship. What are we going to do? Just walk around Brighton together, sighing. Ah, clear conscience, now what? You need dynamics. I want to go out with a dirty little meat eater. Some sordid little minx who's seen the documentaries about the dairy industry but still eats cheese. Nasty. And when I get drunk, I come off the wagon and she slathers brie all over my tits. Yes, please. You need dynamics. As I said, it's hard to feel satisfied at the end of the day with what you've done because obviously you're doing less. But what I've discovered is, if you list off your day, just speak it out loud, say what you've done, over the top of an early 90s dance beat, it makes it sound really cool and iconic and way more impressive. Take it away, DJ. I wake up at 11:30 after hitting snooze for an hour. Go into the kitchen, have brown toast with peanut butter and Marmite. Delicious. Go back to bed for a bit. Get up, go down the shops, buy cake and coffee. Smile at a lady. She crosses the road. Go to the park, sit on my arse, read for a while. Then I go home, eat loads of pasta and watch TV till my eyes bleed. Then I go to bed. Wake up, repeat. Ladies and gents, that's been my time. You've been fucking incredible. Have a lovely rest of the Cyberfest. I won't say anything like stay safe because I'm not an absolute wanker. Go and kiss someone with a cough. Live a little. I'm Tom Ward. God bless you!
Okay, guys, we've got to start off this section, unfortunately, with a really huge and heartfelt apology to everyone watching, but particularly to Sophie Baldry. We announced in the last section that she was dating the Sugar Puff Monster, and we cruelly and unfairly mocked that. We made some very off-key joke about Frosties, about Tony the Tiger.
Yeah.
I would like to clarify at this point, on behalf of the entire team at Beer52, that Sophie Baldry is in a very real, committed and loving relationship with the Sugar Puff Monster, and I can only apologise on behalf of all of us for making light of this the beautiful thing they have. Do we have a picture of the couple? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, just look. I mean, that's we should all be so lucky, frankly. Okay, thanks, Pavel. That's great. So, Sophie Baldry, Sugar Puff Monster.
All the best.
All the best. Doug!
Yes?
What's happening?
Well, we're fair barreling through Cyberfest 2, Session 2, the final session of Cyberfest 2. We have one beer left.
My God, how did that happen?
I don't know. It's just gone so fast. Like, this feels like it's been 5 minutes. It's insane.
It really has.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge beer that we've got last, though.
That is true.
Is there anything that we need to? What do we need to talk about in the run-up to this?
It's an Imperial Stout. And
Yeah.
I think Imperial Stouts belong in the category of good night beers. Like,
Yes.
They're seeing you out. They're playing you out.
It's it's Old Engine Oil, which is it's not Old Engine Oil. Old Engine Oil is, in Scotland at least, and further afield, it's an absolutely legendary dark beer. Mm-hmm. It's a very, very, very good black ale. The beer that we have in the box tonight is the Engineer's Reserve Old Engine Oil. It's a truly phenomenal, iconic beer. You could stand a spoon up in it. So if you have anything to say to the people in your household, now would be the time before you drink this beer. Doug, you're a massive dark beer fan. Have you had this one before?
I've not had this one before. I'm really looking forward to trying it. It's going to be my I'm exiting the night kind of beer because I'm playing things sensible. And Imperial Stouts are no joke. If you're a fan of your dark beers, Imperials are just sublime. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna crack this open just now and give it a quick pour before we start the video, if that's okay.
We're gonna get Rich's impression of the beer.
Rich's impression of a beer.
Hold with bated breath.
Okay. I mean,
this is great for me. I can just hear a beer being poured.
Even the head is dark. That's beautiful.
It's always a good sign.
It's coffee and dark chocolate and all the good things. And
you know the weird thing is though, I'm a big fan of stouts, as we've said. Not a big fan of coffee. Like the drink, the actual hot coffee. Weird. It's a weird thing I have. I love stouts, don't like hot coffee.
It's got beers like this though have so many other things going on. There's the alcohol to balance out the bitterness. There's sweetness as well from the residual sugars, and
yeah, maybe that's just why I've not got into coffee. There's not enough alcohol.
I mean, that's so good. Like seriously, if there's anyone at home I know we've been telling you to pace yourself, but if there's anyone at home watching this and going, oh, we'll save the old engine oil for tomorrow. Don't just crack it out now. It's the perfect end to your evening.
So let's play the video from Harviestoun.
Let's watch that.
Engineers Reserve.
Hello, I've got a question for you. What was the name of the 2014 charity single that the Chuckle Brothers did with Tinchy Strider? What was the name of the 2014 charity single that the Chuckle Brothers did with Tinchy Strider?
Hi there, my name's Kevin Gidice and I'm the Managing Director of Harviestoun Brewery, and welcome to our brewery here today. We're based in Alva, just near Stirling in Scotland, and hopefully we've got a special treat in for you today. We're going to taste our award-winning beer, the Engineers Reserve. Now, instead of myself tasting it for you, I'm going to give you a special treat and introduce you to our legendary master brewer, Stuart Kale. Now, some say he was brought up on a hop farm in Slovenia and still counts hop vines as some of his best friends. I don't know about that, but it's a treat for you today. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you enjoy the beer. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Kevin. Yes, as mentioned, my name is Stuart Kale and I'm the master brewer at Harviestoun Brewery and have been for the last 20-some years. The company was formed in 1983 by Ken Brooker, and I started with the company in about 1996, 97. And in those days we were in the grounds of an old farm with a 5-barrel brew kit that was changed to a 10-barrel just before I started. And within a few years, our Bitter and Twisted won Champion Beer of Britain, and that meant that we had to move to new premises. At that point, we'd also started producing Schiehallion and a few others of our well-known beers. And a slightly later addition was the Old Engine Oil, which also became a version of it is our Old Engineers Reserve. That meant that we had to move to new premises. We moved here and started production in February 2004. Now we'll go to the more exciting bit of go and try some of this beer, multi-award-winning beer that you can see behind me, the Engineers Reserve. Hi, before we actually taste the beer, we'll just quickly run through the ingredients that go into it. As you can see, we're in the sort of malt store at the moment, and we also have specialty, hop store with some specialty malts kicking around. There's just 3 key malt ingredients, which are cereal ingredients, which are malted barley, malted barley, roast barley, and pinhead oats. I'll explain when we go through the tasting the way that these guys work together. And the hop profile is fairly simple, just bitter in hops, so no aroma hops in this beer, and it's a mixture of East Kent Goldings, Fuggles, both UK hops, and American Galena. Hops, for anyone that hasn't seen it, you're more than aware, we use 100% whole leaf, and as you can see here from a nice sample of Galena, it's simply the pressed cone of the female plant. The bit that we're interested in, I suppose, to an extent, to the greatest extent, is the yellow bits that you see in here, which is the lupulin glands, and that's where an awful lot of the flavour that we're interested in comes from. Just as a little point, we're quite lucky here. We work with a local farmer and our local maltster, both of which are quite close to the brewery. So we're in a fairly unique position that about half of the malt that we use is grown and malted within a 10-mile radius of the brewery, which is quite nice to have, so we're very lucky there. And now we'll go and taste some beer. Okay, I'm going to do the important part, which is to taste the actual beer. We use the right end of the bar blade, that will help. So, as I was saying, it's brewed with malted barley, roast barley, and pinhead oats. Pinhead oats have a smoothness to the beer. It's why you get a lot of oatmeal stouts. The roast barley on its own can be a little bit astringent and acrid, So the pinhead oats just help smooth that back out. The hops are just bittern hops, so nose, you get quite a nice coffee roast aroma from the roast barley. Taste-wise, it's great. You get that real richness coming from a residual sweetness. The interesting thing with this beer is it's quite bitter and it's quite sweet, but they're both back into balance. So if you looked at them individually, numbers-wise, you know, you are in the sort of 60s plus for the bitterness, but there's a lot of residual sweetness to balance that. So this beer started out as straightforward old engine oil, which was a 6% beer. And then especially for our American market, we wanted to ramp that up a little bit. So we increased it up to 9%. It's just more of the same ingredients, but it just increases the fermentable sugars. So we get a higher alcohol, which results in a 9% beer. Cheers.
Okay, thanks for that, Stuart. I hope you all enjoyed that. As you can see now, you can probably see behind me, I'm actually at our Highland Park casks that we put one of our other beers into. So the beer that Stuart just took you through, the Engineer Reserve, we actually have a version of that goes into these Highland Park casks for at least 6 months and then matures and comes out as our other beer, Ola Do. If you want to check out that beer or any of our other beers, then please come and see us at harviestoun.com.
What was the name of the 2014 charity single that the Chuckle Brothers did with Tinchy Strider? Pretty obvious really, wasn't it? To me, to you, bruv. Have a great night.
Thank you to Harviestoun, bringing it home there for Cyberfest 2, all the way back to Scotland. We have a winner for that final quiz round. Chuckle Brothers' charity single with Tinchy Strider was called, of course, To Me, To You. To Me, To You. And the winner is Rikesh Patel. Congratulations, Rikesh. Your beer is on its way. Some final shout-outs for the evening. Lord Byron, shout-out to Benny the Prince of Northwood Beastie Boys. Get to the chopper.
I think you got to do that in like an Arnold Schwarzenegger accent, like get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
That's it.
Evie Steele, thanks to her boyfriend Josh's lovely family for putting her up during lockdown and involving her in everything, including Cyberfest. This is the kind of lovely lockdown family spirit that we like to see. Well done to her boyfriend's lovely family. And finally, one very final apology to Sophie Baldry. The Honey Monster is apparently upset at being called the Sugar Puff Monster. Sophie, I've apologised to you. Honey, sugar, they're both short chain carbohydrates.
Yep.
I'm only going to apologise so many times in one evening. Okay? Okay.
I think he's done. I think you've done it.
Doug, what else have we got to...
Well, I mean, that is basically...
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it, yeah. I mean, thank you everyone at home for joining in for Cyberfest 2, Session 2, the two Session 2 Furious, Electric Boogaloo. It's honestly been so wonderful to do this again for you at home. Really hope that you've enjoyed it, and you know we've been listening to all your ideas for doing a Cyberfest 3. Some of them definitely have legs. So
Sourfest, Stoutfest, guys.
Yeah, Stout versus Sourfest, I think is going to be a thing, or you know, it's certainly an idea that I'm championing, even if it would kill us all. We got some big thank yous to give, just because we're wrapping up the end of the night. Thank you to all the brewers for taking part. I think we can all agree that the beers are phenomenal, and obviously we do hope that you guys at home will be enjoying those over the next few days as well. Do remember you can come back and rewatch their videos to get a bit more info about the beers. We want to thank all the musicians and all the comedians that you've seen tonight. Again, links down in the description. Please do give them a like, subscribe, share, follow, buy merch, do things, do the do. They'll obviously really appreciate that, especially during lockdown. We want to thank everyone at Beer52, without whom this wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have an office to film in. We wouldn't have the resources to do this. So, thank you to the CS team, their customer service team for, taking all your queries and dealing with all the new customers that we've been getting. Thank you to all the operations staff for organizing the weird 7-dimensional chess game that is courier services during lockdown. I really hope that you guys have been enjoying the beers, the glassware. Don't forget that you can also order a Cyberfest 2 t-shirt. All the proceeds from that are going to a great cause, or great causes, Black Lives Matter and NHS charities together. They are 100% well worth the investment, and you get a cool new t-shirt. I can see out of the corner of my eye that I'm getting filmed from a different direction now. So hi to everyone in camera 2, hi to everyone in camera 1. We also want to thank our behind the scenes staff. It's Pavel, you can see in the foreground. He's the tech genius that's holding this whole operation together through sheer force of will alone. And in the background, we got Fraser, who has been writing down all the shout outs and giving us all the pub quiz answers. Just thank you both very much. There's literally only 4 of us here in the office just now filming this. It's been a night, but we did it, guys. That's another Cyberfest down. You've been part of the world's 2nd online beer festival. Feel proud. It's a good moment in history. Don't forget that if you do want to keep the chat going, the live comments will be running for just a little bit, but we've also got Cyber Alley.
We will be there. We'll be Cyber Alley as soon as this is all wrapped up.
Yeah, so there's about 13 bars in there. They can hold about 50 to 60 people each. See if you can get in there. If you can't, don't worry. We'll keep them open for as long as there's people to fill them. So keep checking back if you want to have a drink with some other like-minded craft beer fans during lockdown. But apart from that, I've been Doug.
I've been Rich.
And this has been Cyberfest 2.
Thank you so much. Good night. Whoop, whoop, whoop.